Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing. Test two, test two.
Did you know your ideas can help shape the region? Did you know your ideas can help shape the region? Each year, we ask for feedback on different projects, proposed changes to policies, and what you would like us to do differently or better. Every voice matters. Register to have your ideas heard on our website.
As part of our Carnival of Flowers celebrations, Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery is proud to showcase its annual display of Ikebana on display until the 26th of September. We have a wide variety of floral arrangements from 3 artists from Toowoomba's Ikebana group Sugetsu School. Ikebana is the disciplined traditional art of Japanese flower arrangement which embodies a sensitivity to nature. The artisans make potent use of minimalism to emphasise shape, disciplined traditional art of Japanese flower arrangement which embodies a sensitivity to nature. The artisans make potent use of minimalism to emphasise shape, disciplined traditional art of Japanese flower arrangement which embodies a sensitivity to nature. The artisans make potent use of minimalism to emphasise shape,
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Welcome back to the first official meeting back in the chamber, everyone. It's lovely to be back here. Mayor, I thank you for that dedication to Her Majesty the Queen. I think for all working women everywhere, she was an example of working women, a working mother. So it was, she's been an inspiration to me and lots of other people too.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So welcome to the Planning and Development Committee for the Toowoomba Regional Council for September 2022. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you in the room today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council social media channels. I acknowledge you, the Mayor, Portfolio Leader, Councillor Carl, Councillors, CEO, General Manager of Planning and Development. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarowair peoples, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Item number 2 is attendance and apologies, leave of absence, declaration of conflict. Councillor Carl?
Chair, I'd like to request
their
possibly
elders
a leave
past,
of
present
absence
and
or
emerging.
at least an
They
apology
hold
for
the knowledge,
today.
rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people.
October commemoration, I'll be leaving.
Item number 2 is
starts at
attendance
12,
and
so
apologies,
it's
leave of absence, declaration of conflict. To believe that we've all arranged our sessions this morning so that we can all go council. Yeah, thank you. Their
Possibly
elders
a leave
past,
of
present
absence
and
or at least an
they
apology
hold
for
knowledge,
today. I didn't know that, so I was just saying October commemoration, I'll be leaving.
Item number 2 was under the understanding Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think this conversation, through you, Madam Chair, came up actually from Connor, I think, from the organisers of the event at our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander meeting when they obviously planning this event, and this was the date chosen, and at that meeting, and thankfully they've seen fit to adjust the speaking time for the Mayor to speak for 12:30 so that it would be accommodating for our scheduled break between 12 and 1. The organisers of the event, that said, they are also fully aware of Council's obligation here as well. That was the event. That was the intent. There was no formality around that as to what it was, but they've seen fit as the Mayor is speaking on behalf of the community to ensure that that speaking time is between the normal hours of that accommodating for our scheduled break between 12 and 1. There was no formal announcement or any structure whatsoever in regard to that here as well. That was the event. That was an event.
Madam Chair, can I just say, my assumption was
what
would
they
come through in the diary.
fit as the Mayor
Came
is
through in
speaking
my
on
diary, and
behalf
I
of the community
assume that everybody
ensure
would be invited. So if I've made a mistake there, I apologise, but I'd suggest to you that probably there may have been
there was no
an
formal
issue with
announcement or any structure whatsoever in regard to that here as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can
No,
I
it
just
did
say
come through in the
my
diaries and I
assumption
declined because we had
diary.
meetings. So nobody had spoken with me about it, and I'm happy we're doing that, but I mean, to get over there and get back will be very difficult in an hour and attend anything. I'm sorry, but it just, for me, it's, I didn't know anything, nobody spoke with me about anything, and I think that that's disappointing, but it is a shame. I know we all want to be there, but I'm not sure we can be there for anything meaningful in an hour with travel. And I'm happy we're doing that, but I mean, to get over there and get back will be very difficult in an hour.
So could I humbly just request
Sorry, but it just,
an
for me,
apology be
it's,
recorded if I'm
I didn't know
more than an
anything,
hour?
nobody spoke
That's
to me about anything.
my
and I
original
think
intent
that's
is
disappointing,
myself.
but it is a shame. I know we all want to be there, but I'm not sure we can be there. for anything
Declarations.
meaningful in an
We
hour
have
with travel.
Councillor
I'm happy
Melissa Taylor and Councillor Lonhoff. We'll go start with
Could I
Councillor
humbly just request
Thank you, Chair.
an apology be recorded if I'm
Item
more than an
6,
hour?
Confidential Development
Original
Services
intent
Planning and
is
Environment
myself.
Court Appeals and Compensation Claims, August 2022. I requested that it be mentioned that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in
Melissa
relation to
Taylor
item
and
4
Councillor Lonhoff.
MCUI 2021-1085, material change of use impact food and drink outlet located at 117 to 119 Ruthven Street and 1 Jones Street, Harlexton, at the special meeting of council on the 28th of April 2022, and the council's decision that I may participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on that matter. Those circumstances actually have changed, and I am no longer associated with the property that I was back in April, and just would like that at the special meeting of council on the 28th.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Bonhoft.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is in relation to item 7, confidential development services, planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, August 2022. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MC12021 /1085, material change of use impact food and drink outlet located at 117 to 119 Ruthven Street and 1 Jones Street, Harlexton. At the special meeting of council on the 6th of July 2022, and I left the meeting while this matter was discussed and voted on. The circumstances at the time were that Mr. Baxter lodged a submission to the application. Mr. Baxter, a carpenter, is undertaking construction works at their place of residence. The relevant circumstances have changed as Mr. Baxter's construction works have now concluded, and I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. The eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I,
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I actually felt this was tenuous at the start, to be honest, so I actually don't think there's any problem whatsoever with the council staying in the room. There is no gain or otherwise in regard to the situation, so I see no reason why the council can't stay in the room and vote on the matter. Thanks, Madam Chair. Moving the Councillor Bonhoft can stay in the room and vote on the matter because the conflict is removed even further than previously or otherwise in regard to the situation. So I see no reason why the council can't stay in the room and vote on the matter. Thanks, Madam Chair. Moving the Councillor Bonhoft can stay in the room and vote on the matter because the conflict is removed even further than previously or otherwise in regard to the situation. So I see no reason why council can't stay.
Good morning, councillors.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Look, I'll
Moving the Councillor
roll
Bonhoft
out
can stay in the room and
the
vote on the
same
matter.
figures that I normally roll out, and then make
Conflict
comments
is
on the
removed
construction
even further
pipeline.
than previously or otherwise.
When you're comparing June and July as we are today, we have new lots. In June there was 122 new lots compared to 7 in July. A bit light. Sealed lots, 87 versus 11 in July. Houses being built, we had 73 approvals in June and 97 new lots in July, with 4 approvals in June and 8 approvals of units. In sealed lots, 87. The total number of building approvals is up. However, from 272 in June to 294 in July, and the values significantly up actually, from around $49 million in June to around $63.4 million in July. However, in terms of the lots in the assessment and construction pipeline, and you'll note there's 361 lots currently being constructed at the moment through operational works. And currently 45 lots in with us for sealing and the assessment, and they should come through in the next few days, hopefully. And currently we have a grand total of 861 lots, 848 lots, 850 lots coming through the pipeline. Currently, are there any questions in regard to the status with us for sealing and the assessment, and they should come through in the next few days, hopefully. And currently we have a grand total of 381 lots, 848 lots.
I'm just on number 5, the time frames graph in your report, which I like to look at, and I just had a bit of a comparison to last month. So when we talk about MCU, the code and impact, last month the code timelines was around 70 days, and that's dropped to 30. So that's good news. The MCU impact was around 60 days last month. It's gone up to 95. So there's a fair bit of change there. One good one, I'd say, taking a bit longer. But just wondering if you could talk me through those 2 timeline changes last month and what you think might be contributing. That's good news.
Code assessment is a bounded assessment, and it's strictly managed through the statutory timelines that apply, because if council misses the timeline, it's a deemed approval.
Yeah, and it's gone from 60 to 30, so I mean that's 30 days, so that's worth
code assessment is about. That's right. But I do hasten to add that one swallow maketh not the summer, and we would like to continue to drive that record and even improve on it if we could. However, it probably reflects the fact that we have made some appointments over the last 3 or 4 weeks. We got our ranks got very thin there for a while, and we've been able to recruit mostly very young planners. However, they're keen and they're well educated and enthusiastic, and got all those attributes which and a bit of experience will work wonders. So, and they're doing very well. And I can say the same for the DA engineering guys too. It's a very young team. But gosh, they're kicking lots of goals. With the impact assessment side of things, that depends very much on response times from the applicant, and they're doing very well. And a lot of it's to do with further information that the officers might be seeking from the applicants. So it's very much, as I said before, a lot of these timelines relate very much to the quality of the applications that are lodged, the good quality applications that are all the research. A lot of it's to do with has been walk information down the lane with the planners before it even hits us. Very much, as I said, goes through very quickly. A lot of these timelines relate very much to the ones that are less well documented, good quality applications that are negotiated. Often take a little longer because of that need to get down the information. The lane with the planners before it.
Great answer. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. And shout out to our young keen employees. Don't write off the young ones. They'll be running the show in a while, so good to see them in the workforce. But while I'm here, Sheriff, I might have a follow-up on the same graph. The plumbing and drainage, a stack load of approvals this month and last month compared to any other type. That's the blue line. Give reason for that, employees.
I think you could, in a couple of words, inland rail, the workers' accommodation. There are lots of orders coming in, and there's a lot of building activity going on in terms of temporary accommodation, which requires 2 lots of plumbing approvals. That requires a couple of words inland inspection in the factory where they're being built, and then when they're carried out to site, they're again inspected in terms of the connections that are made to the drains that are out on site. So it's they're very busy, the plumbers. I can tell you that. And I think it's good for the bank balance as well when they're carried out to site.
Thanks for that.
Again,
Appreciate it.
inspected in terms of the connections that are made to the
Councillor Shine?
Thanks, thanks, Chair. General Manager, you
They're
mentioned
very busy, the plumbers.
quite a number of applications in the pipeline. 800 odd, I think you mentioned. There has been some discussion in the past of what constitutes being in the pipeline. Can you just remind us, for those listening, what does constitute the start? You mentioned pipeline and perhaps the finish. Quite a number
The commencement is the RAL, or the plan of subdivision, the approval of the plan of subdivision at the planning level, and then once a developer has his RAL, that then proceeds to the operational works. And so the commencement then take out the engineering approvals for the roads, the water, the sewer, and what have you, and the designs for the parks, planning in terms of any finishes and embellishments and things like that. So that goes through the operational works process. That's a construction, that's capital. The construction, generally, most stages would take 4 to 6 months or a little longer to construct through the operational works process. Then that stage would go what's called on maintenance, and that would mean that once a stage is on maintenance, that's a sign that all the engineering works and all other works are completed, and that the lots can then be sealed. And that's where council signs off on those lots. And they are then ready for sale or for execution of contracts. Quite often, a lot of those lots are pre-sold with pre- and sale contractual type arrangements. But once the plan is sealed and acceptable to the titles office, they are then subject to ready for sale or going through contracts. That's the end of a lot of those lots. Pre-sold.
Just before we go to the vote, I'll just let you know, this morning at our group meeting we were talking, and you may see a fair bit of it in the press, about the housing summit that's being organised by the state government, particularly pertinent for people in the regions because we've got such a low vacancy rate. There's a lot of talk about people moving to the region, so we're sort of particularly keen, obviously, to be involved in what that means at a local government level, what will kind of, I guess, perhaps be imposed on us, or what we can do, I guess, is a better way of looking at it. So we'll keep you abreast of that anyway for people in the regions, because, well, that's the other thing, low vacancy rate. So can I have someone move that report be noted? Thank you. Councillor Carr, Councillor Antonio, all those in favour? What that means at a local government level. Someone move that we adjourn the meeting? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McLean, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Abreast of that anyway for people in the regions, because, well, that's the other thing, low vacancy rate. So can I have someone move that report be noted? Thank you. Councillor Carr, Councillor Antonio, all those in favour? What that means at a local government level. Someone move that we adjourn the meeting? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McLean, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Abreast of that anyway for people in the regions, because, well, that's the other thing, low vacancy rate. So can I have someone move that report be noted? Thank you. Councillor Carr, Councillor Antonio, all those in favour? What that means at a local government level. Someone move that we adjourn the meeting? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McLean, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Abreast of that anyway for people in the regions, because, well, that's the other thing, low vacancy rate. So can I have someone move that report be noted? Thank you. Councillor Carr, Councillor Antonio, all those in favour? Someone move that we adjourn the meeting? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McLean, all those in favour?
Right, councillors, welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting for September 2022. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone who's watching via Council's social media channels. I acknowledge the Mayor Antonio, Portfolio Lead Councillor Summerfield, CEO Brian Pigeon, General Manager Damien Platts. Meeting for September 2022. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Council's social media channels. Item number 2, councillors' attendance including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. General Manager no apologies that I know of. Councillor Summerfield, Aboriginal parties whose songlines
Madam Chair, as notified, I may need, I will need a leave of absence from 10:30, which may still be in the Water and Waste Committee meeting, otherwise it'll be in the ISG, so just a heads up in case it goes longer than the time.
Thank you. CEO, do we need to move anything with that or just? No, thank you. Apologies that I know of. Councillor we don't have any leave of absence and no declarations of conflict of interest. If that arises as we having these considerations, please just raise it. Go on to item number 3, Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report. And I'll acknowledge Cassie Wright, who's also in the chamber with us today and was the author of that report and is one of Council's fantastic engineers and just does great work. So thank you very much, Cassie. Go on to item number 3. Now I understand that, Jake, you're going to be presenting this report for us. Okay, thanks very much. Over to you, Jake. Cassie Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much.
Chamber with us today and was the author of that report and is one of Council's fantastic.
So, in respect to the Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, of which Cassie, although it's not mentioned in the title of the report, did author the main report. In general, councillors, the scope of the Millmerran Catchment Study is to produce a calibrated sewage network model for Millmerran catchment, assess the current hydraulic capacity of the network, the ability to cope with future growth and planning horizons. So, in respect to the Millmerran Infrastructure Plan, or the LGIP for short, and to develop an augmentation program to resolve energy deficiencies. It seems though the Millmerran Township has done some fantastic work in the past and has in fact, as a result of the study, their gravity network and sewage pump stations assessed the current hydraulic capacity of 2061 planning horizon. The capacity of the Millmerran wastewater treatment plant as well was assessed, and the wastewater treatment plant short sufficient capacity to develop an augmentation program to resolve energy deficiencies through to 2061. In general, councillors, the report outlines that while the network has a capacity, Cassie took the opportunity to investigate, as we have with all regional towns, the options for infill sewage or expanding the sewage capacity of the Millmerran plant, a substantial number of lots, and as a result of that, those costs have been estimated at a planning level of about 3.36. In general, councillors, so apart from that, there's no real capacity need for upgrades to the Millmerran sewage side of things. We have with all regional through the current planning horizons, and without infill sewer, that everything seems a substantial number of lots in Millmerran as a result of that. So, unless there's anything, I'm happy to take any questions on the body of the report. In general, councillors, so
thank you very much, Jake. We've got Councillor Antonio.
Madam Chair, the reality is that at the time of the construction of the power station, and no doubt you guys will be aware of this, there was a doubling of the capacity of the sewage treatment plant because of the 1,200-man work camp was built there, and that was done thankfully by the power station. Madam Chair, and the reality is that puts us in a fairly good stead for what a construction of the power station. Thank no doubt you guys will be aware of this. There was a doubling of the capacity.
Thanks, Mayor Antonio, Councillor Summerfield, and then Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good report. Thanks very much, Cassie. Excuse me. And it's good to have that report done and in our books, in our asset register, and knowing that. The only thing that sparked my interest was the condition of the water treatment plant. We talk about capacity in here, but I couldn't see anything about condition, and I think that is important. And given that it was, 2000 build or whatever, I think it probably is, but I think we have to allow for any you know, do we know what the condition of the knowing that the plant is like and what that means for us in the future after 2061, given everything else is kosher up
We
till
talk
then.
about capacity in here, but I couldn't see anything.
Thank you,
about
Madam
condition.
Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question.
Given that it was,
These
what,
planning
2000
reports
built or
originally
whatever,
have works of art from
years,
an
but I
engineering
think we
planning
have to
perspective.
allow for any,
They undertake and look at all of the respective growth horizons and the infrastructure needed to support growth. We are modifying the contents of these reports to, as Councillor has suggested, to incorporate a little more information around asset management principles, incorporate some of the conditions and work that's being done by water infrastructure services, which has been the works of our procurement engineering. So in future reports, we'll see a reference to a holistic view of the performance, not just from a planning perspective and modifying, but also looking at how that age and condition of that infrastructure is around the network. At this current point in time, the wastewater treatment plant is of reasonable condition. There are some aspects of that that are both reaching the end of their natural life or useful life, and other components that will ask a holistic view of the future. But that is all part of the condition assessment work that Manager Bill McEwen is completing as part of an operational budget. At this current point in time, the wastewater treatment plant
Thank you.
is of reasonable
Councillor Carl.
condition. There are some aspects of
Thanks,
that
Chair.
that are
Thanks, Cassie, for the report.
reaching the end of their natural life or useful life, and other components that will
I
ask
guess in relation to this topic, my question is somewhat broader, and that is around the coordination of these reports and the prioritisation of these according to the state of the assets across the region. Thanks, Cassie. When can we expect, or what period of time do we expect these to come? I guess in relation to this topic, no doubt they would be rated somewhat broader, and that is a level of risk, the condition coordination of these reports, subject to the condition of the asset and some of the asset management stuff that we do. When can we expect, at what period of time do we expect these to come? What sort of time cycle and how do we prioritise that? Yes, and what's the next one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor. The intention historically has been for these reports to be reviewed roughly every 5 to 7 years. But as the Councillor rightly suggested, there's a few more factors that need to be taken into consideration. So the intention moving forward with these reports is to take a risk-based approach, as Councillor mentioned, in considering that there are various growth rates across the region. So some communities are growing somewhat faster than others, and also some communities have slightly older assets than others. So all of that will be taken into consideration. The idea of those that have a higher priority be reviewed on an annual or biannual basis, depending on risk and growth, versus those that are fairly lower risk as far as considering lower growth rates or fairly well-conditioned assets to be pushed faster than others. The intention is the next of these ones. Councillor, to answer your question, is Pittsworth Wastewater is the next report or area that is to be looked at. The intention there, depending on resources, their planning team is well, the current resources sitting at the back at the moment. She's been working very hard by herself. We've experienced some September seems to be a good month to take some leave. The intention here is to have Pittsworth in front of this chamber sometime around the end of this to be looked at. So to put submit in the next couple of years for their planning consideration, and then the cycle will again continue with a risk-based approach. We've experienced some.
Thanks, Jay. Chair, just one more. Obviously, you would have an amount of data that is driving those decisions, particularly as you mentioned Pittsburgh, and I'm aware of some recent challenges we've had. So that would be the case moving forward as far as assessment of that prioritisation. Jay, Chair, just one more. Obviously, we would be.
Thank you. Got Councillor Antonio and then Councillor McMahon.
Just a very brief comment, Madam Chair, in that I mean, there are two elements to the Mulmerran sewerage. One is built in 1960, which must be getting close, and it's relevant to the question I think Councillor Summerfield asked. And the balance was built in 2000, 1999, 2000, and so consequently, I would imagine the 1960 build would be. Just a very brief comment, Madam Chair, in that I mean, there are two elements to the Mulmerran sewerage. One is built in 1960, which must be getting close, and it's relevant to the question I think Councillor Summerfield asked.
fairly
The balance
naive
was
question. I
built in
don't know a lot about
2000, 1999, 2000. And so
Gravity
consequently,
fed
I would
is
imagine
how
the 1960 build would be just close to the comment, Madam Chair, that, I mean, there are two elements to
Thank
the
you, Councillor.
one is
Councillor
built in 1960. It must be getting close to the question I think Councillor Summerfield asked.
fairly naive
Through Madam Chair, Councillor, we have a variety of different networks, so gravity just implies that the proverbial rolls downhill as such. Now there are significant, and that's a preferred solution for council, obviously quite low cost, but a number of areas within Toowoomba and other regions are serviced by pump stations, so where there's a collection facility at the bottom of the catchment, which then pumps the effluent up over a ridge line. So Toowoomba's a classic example. We have the two creeks through Toowoomba, townships on either side, or areas of the town that are on either side of those creeks need to be pumped over and back down. We also have areas over onto the eastern side of Toowoomba that use a vacuum sewer system. At the bottom of the catchment, the network is set in vacuum, and the effluent opens over a ridge, basically moves the effluent through a series of chambers and steps. So those of the Caribbean Court have a vacuum sewer system. So there's also low pressure sewers, very different types of technology to use to transport from your houses to the treatment in vacuum. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions? Thank you very much for that, Jake. I've got the recommendation that's before us, councillors, is that Council endorse the Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, June 2022, and the report be used in the formulation of future capital works plans and for informing the local government infrastructure plan. Do I have a mover for that, please? Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. A seconder, Councillor Carl. All those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Thank you very much, Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, June 2022. Item number 4 will adjourn the meeting in the formulation of please that we adjourn. Mayor Antonio and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Do I have a mover for that? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Summerfield, a seconder. 9:36, Wendy. All those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Thank you very much, Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, June 2022. Item number 4 will adjourn the meeting in the formulation of please that we adjourn. Mayor Antonio and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Do I have a mover for that? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Summerfield, a seconder. 9:36, Wendy. All those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Thank you very much, Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, June 2022. Item number 4 will adjourn the meeting in the formulation of please that we adjourn. Mayor Antonio and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Do I have a mover for that? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Summerfield, a seconder. 9:36, Wendy. All those in favour? That's carried without dissent. Thank you very much, Millmerran Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, June 2022. Item number 4 will adjourn the meeting in the formulation of please that we adjourn. Mayor Antonio and Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Do I have a mover for that? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Summerfield, a seconder. 9:36, Wendy. All those in favour?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting, Toowoomba Regional Council for September Carnival Month 2022. I'd like to acknowledge our portfolio leader, Councillor Melissa Taylor, the Mayor and councillors, our CEO, General Manager Mike Brady, and our staff teams and anyone who else is in the room, and thank those who are watching us today on social media channels. 2022. I acknowledge the traditional Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Jadawa and the Gibel peoples, and the Biggamul people who have land rights to our west, and pay respects to the elders, past, present, those who are watching us today, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions, and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Aboriginal parties. I acknowledge that Councillor Summerfield will be leaving us in a short time, and I pass over to our general manager and pay respects to the elders of our committee meeting, which is item 3, which traditions. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Wendy's got them here for me, so my apologies. We have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest from Councillor Jeff, our deputy mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The item number 3 proposed Toowoomba e-devices implementation, and I requested it be minuted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to the item number 3, Toowoomba e-mobility implementation project, progress report and next steps at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 14th of June 2022, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. As this item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff McDonald. My apologies, we've got written here item 3, it's actually item number 5, that item, so, but will we continue with those now? Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Kerry Shine and Councillor Melissa Taylor. Thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 5, the proposed Toowoomba e-devices implementation. I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, Toowoomba e-micro-mobility implementation project, progress report and next steps at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 14th of June 2022, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at that meeting, including by voting on the matter. As this item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Councillor Kerry Shine.
Thank you, Chair. I have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest. With respect to the proposed Toowoomba e-devices implementation, I requested that it be minuted that I be declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, Toowoomba e-micro-mobility implementation project, progress report and next steps at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 14th of June 22, and of Council's decision that I may participate in a decision about the matter at that meeting, including by voting on the matter. As this item is a continuation of that project, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. We move on to item number 3, and I'll ask our General Manager to introduce Avril Campbell, who's our Project Manager, for the refresh of the Toowoomba Region Sustainable Transport Strategy. Thank you, Mr Brady.
Yeah. Thank you, councillors. Today it's, after a couple of years of a lot of work, it's great to be able to present to you the Toowoomba Region Sustainable Transport Strategy, which we'll table here today. I'll pass over to Avril to give you some insights into it, but it's been a huge team effort between planning and development and the Infrastructure Service Group, so thank you to all the team that's been involved in making it come to fruition. Over to you, Avril. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and project officers in the room. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning our refreshed sustainable transport strategy for the Toowoomba region. As the General Manager of ISG has just noted, this has been a project that has been developed over the last couple of years and has been developed between ISG and Planning and Development to make sure we are aligning with other key strategies within Council as well. So this refresh, we've had since 2014 an existing sustainable transport strategy. Since that time, we've obviously had some major changes in the region, particularly with our transport network, things such as the second range crossing. When the 2014 strategy was first introduced, it was pre-Wellcamp Airport as well. So we've had a number of changes in the region. So we wanted to make sure we capitalise on that as we go forward and to leverage those opportunities and build on them and make sure we're remaining current. Also, other things such as it's certainly a very dynamic environment in terms of transport, so we're wanting to make sure we're staying on top of those elements, and I think one of the other reports that we're presenting here today is obviously picking up on some of those elements as well. And to take us forward, so Looking at this particular strategy, in terms of layout, it is quite different to the 2014 strategy. We've taken a much more holistic approach to looking at the planning environment. So we've really leveraged off the corporate plan as well, and looking at people, place and prosperity being the key themes of the transport strategy. In terms of the key strategic objectives, a lot of those remain from the 2014 STS. They really haven't dramatically changed, but we have certainly refreshed them and brought them in line with the current challenges and emerging technologies and opportunities that we see coming forward. In terms of consultation, so the strategy has been quite a body of work to bring that up to date. We've had quite a number of both internal working groups and we've had representation on some of those working groups from members from TMR or TransLink, for example, being some of those. We've also held a number of external workshops with members of our advisory committees as well, so that they could provide some input to what those key strategic objectives were. And they provided us with quite a good bit of feedback that we then adopted and endorsed into, that we dragged into that particular, into the strategy. You'll note also the final chapter looks forward for us into our implementation planning. Our next stage will be that implementation planning and key action plans to be able to give us deliverable projects to come out of this particular strategy. And the theme very much being to give us a line of sight so that we can trace through both the implementation plan and the action plans back to the key objectives of the strategy. We'll also be looking at how we can monitor and report as well, so that we can come back and actually say how we're ticking those boxes, how we're ticking the objectives of the actual STS going forward. And I think that's probably the key elements that we look at today. So we have started to commence some of the implementation planning, but obviously we're seeking Council's endorsement today of this particular strategy to allow us to continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Avril. Any questions, Councillor? Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Avril. And I congratulate you and the team on a wonderful and informative report. And I know the work that goes into that, so congratulations. And I actually am so excited about this refresh, and I do commend the Toowoomba Regional Sustainable Transport Strategy. The strategy refresh really ensures that we meet the needs of our community, but also our visitors that visit our region, while ensuring that the future development is sustainable, and it also protects our natural environment, which is really important. The predicted growth in our region makes providing sustainable transport options more important than ever, with the goal of reducing the reliance on our private vehicles. So we want to get out there, we want to be more active in our environment and reduce the reliance on our cars. I really want to thank the community and our advisory groups for their input into this refresh strategy. That was vital for the strategy to have a meaningful presence as part of our policy here at TRC. So I really want to thank the community and the advisory groups for their involvement. So thank you, Avril, and I commend the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Having been around when it was first developed, and there was such a huge community consultation about the whole thing, and to think that we're now moving into a refresh as was necessary, but it's more focused, I think, this time. So I'd have to congratulate the team and endorse your comments. Thank you, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Councillor Councillor Summerfield?
Oh, weren't you?
No, it was
no?
you.
Okay,
and then
thank
Councillor
you.
James, thank you.
Thanks very much. Excuse me. So I've been away unwell quite a bit in recent weeks, and I just wonder, did I perhaps miss the councillor consultation? I did, because I've got a few questions, so I apologise that I've missed that, and if you could bear with me with my questions, please. On page 10, there is a fantastic map which shows growth since 1946 going out to 2021, I think, as far as it goes out. It's a really good idea for us to be able to see that growth. However, I was really disappointed that we haven't got the whole region in there, because this is a regional transport strategy and the focus there is on Toowoomba. And for people living outside of Toowoomba, they would be thinking, well, you know, we're forgotten. So I'd love to see that reviewed and perhaps changed by next week when we endorse that, if possible, please. The next question I had was in relation to EVs and autonomous vehicles, and I'm wondering, how do you see EVs and that's cars and trucks at council being helpful in climate change? Because it's mentioned in the climate change. Won't they be charged with baseload, that's coal or gas power? It's different if you've got someone at home that plugs their car in and they've got solar panels on the roof. That's a really good environmental outcome. But I just wonder how an EV fleet that plugs into baseload power, coal and gas, is relevant to climate change, which is what it's listed under in this document, please.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Mr Brady?
Yeah. Could I ask Council today if there is specific changes, as you mentioned, Councillor Summerfield has gone through Council on a few occasions and discussions, but if there's some specific changes you'd like today, could I ask you just put that through as a recommendation so that if the rest of Council endorses that change, we can make that change accordingly. Thank you.
Councillors, on page, I don't know what page it is on the thing, but on page 183, there's a part there that says leveraging future mobility and technology, mentions autonomous vehicles, electrification and hydrogen fuel vehicles, shared mobility and mobility as a service. So I think we've got some things covered there, and I'm sure that you've all noticed that there. And Councillor Summerfield, as Mr Brady says, is if you've got something in specific, could you email that through if that doesn't meet? It is a high-level strategy, so it's not meant to get down into the nitty-gritty, but it's just supposed to, it's the strategy that guides everything else.
Yes, I fully understand that, Madam Chair, and it's actually mentioned under climate change in another heading, and I don't really think that we can put that under climate change, is my view, because it's, I don't see how that works, it's a better environmental outcome. So then on page 15, under people, dot point 3 and 4, it talks about delivering a safe and functional transport network that addresses the needs of all users and encourages the development of strong centres. I don't believe we can deliver that. I believe that we can work with TMR or whoever else in delivering functional transport network. I don't think we can deliver it on our own, and I'm just concerned that we're going to put a strategy in place that is not deliverable. We need to be saying that we will collaborate with TMR and even the federal government if need be. I think that needs rewording. If you could consider that, please.
Yes, we've got that. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mr Brady. But there's a diagram on 178.
Yeah, or page 35, I think also, councillors, shows you the relationships between council, state, private industry and the federal government. So if we go to, which is basically second last page.
Yes. Yes, I saw that.
So I think none of these are singular in essence for council to deliver. There may be elements obviously that are related specifically to our network, but the delivery of any transport plan, be it a state transport plan, a federal transport plan, means that all levels of government have got to come on board collaboratively. And that's the same this direction too. From a local government's perspective, when we put in a plan like this, we're calling on and advocating for our state and federal partners and the private sector to also be party to this as well. So this is setting council's community goal of what it would like to achieve for its community. This isn't saying today who actually pays for every single section of the strategy. There's the implementation framework and action plans to come forward, which get into more detail about how we advocate and look towards particularly the level of investment that we can get from other levels of government and private sector. So I suppose it's when we're looking at the objectives against people, place and prosperity, let's take in council's corporate plan and then putting just going that one level granular under that to give some emphasis in respect to the transport space.
I agree wholeheartedly, General Manager Mike. That's why I believe we need to choose our words very carefully and make sure that we reflect. It's all very well for us to sit here and discuss it, but this is actually a document that is utilised within the organisation, and it must reflect what we are wanting and what we are capable of delivering. And to have that on that green page as a dot point that we are going to deliver, that's just one example. I just think that it's saying we're going to do something we aren't capable of doing, and unless you encompass everything into it, but they're actually driver points, those points.
I understand where you're coming from, but it's our objective, it's our goal, it's part of the strategy. It's a strategy objective to deliver a safe and functional transport network. That's what we're here to do as road managers and that sort of thing. So that's our, when we look at the pyramid of what we're here to try to achieve in respect to the transport space, that's what our aim and objective is. This is what this document talks to. And this follows very closely to what Council has put in as its objectives under the current corporate plan. Our corporate plan is pretty clear on what it wants to see us achieve as well. And this neatly fits in under that and sits well integrated into what's asked for within the corporate plan. So, yeah, and I understand using words like that, but I think we've got to be strong in our intentions as well as what we want to achieve with our community. I'll just put that.
So if I could just quote for a minute from the Manager of Governance and Legal Services, and this is why I'm raising my concerns about this. Council's policies, and this is a strategy, not a policy, but it has the same goals. Council's policies are a form of lawful and reasonable direction to their staff, and hence compliance is expected. Non-compliance may, at the discretion of council management, result in disciplinary action. I would hate to see us set ourselves up to put our staff in that situation by not getting it right in the first place. I would really appreciate if collaboration to deliver could be put there, that we actually understand our true capacity and ability and what we need to do to get the outcomes that we want to get. And I'm not sure that this document actually provides that, because we're saying we're going to do all this stuff which we don't have the capacity to do.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. There is a difference between a policy and a strategy. I'll just ask our CEO if he might comment on that, thanks.
Policy is a formal position that's adopted by council with a proper direction as to where they're going. The strategy is, and the purpose of this you'll see, is also to guide the future direction of where you're going. So it's not locking you in to that. And I understand your position, but I don't think you're actually, by adopting it as a strategy, if you can't deliver everything within a strategy, and we've got lots of strategies throughout the organisation, many of those strategies you'll see within the resolutions that are adopted by council actually have subject to budget allocations and a whole other lot of limitations in relation to that. So I don't think you should be too concerned about the specifics of going into some of those strategies and whether they can or can't be deliverable, in that all of those will be subject to future budget allocations and council decisions in part to actually make that strategy come to life over a period of time.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. I appreciate that. I think all of us around the table fully understand the difference between policy and a strategy. However, we need to be, aren't we wanting to be providing a meaningful strategy that is actually usable completely within the organisation, is my point. And I'm not trying to denigrate the amazing work that's been done. It's a great strategy for us to have, but I think we've got to get it right. I think it's really important that we get it right for our staff and for us as councillors, that we've got a strategy in place that's achievable for our staff, yes, by a budget, but also that we're comfortable with is outcomes that are achievable. And, you know, if you go to page 20, we say that we don't want to have dig down from a strategy into policy, we've got in there about 30 kilometres in local streets. That's definitive. I'd actually like to see something in here about traffic lights, about getting traffic lights, lights in place, systems in place that stop cars sitting idling for so long, pumping out CO2, or whatever it is they pump out, I think it's CO2, but it's pollution. And if we can keep cars moving faster and having more synchronised traffic lights, I think that would be a really good strategy for us to have in place. We constantly get complaints. There was another one in the paper this week about how people feel that lights aren't coordinated properly, and we're never going to please everybody, but there are lights where people sit for a long time, and to me that would be a really good strategy to have
Councillor
lights that
Summerfield, that's an
going
action
well.
out of this plan, so that's an action.
Well, it can
lights.
be that
Thank
traffic light coordination can be strategic. Anyway,
We do rely on partners as well there with TMR, which are partners in our traffic light system, signalling system around the city. Master Brady, did you want to make a comment there? I have people lined up here, so we need to move along. Did you want to add, talk, suggest? Thank you.
There's a couple of quick points there, councillors. I'll get Avril to take another minute or two about the structure of what this is about. The next phase is as in the implementation plan and the action plan, which gets down into some of that detail, be it traffic lights or be it other singular matters. That said, if council feels more comfortable, and it's part of the recommendation to make a few minor amendments, on this page, being page 15 of the strategy, we could put up in the heading, objectives that support the sustainable transport vision in collaboration with our partners. If that is a more comfortable position that council thinks it wishes to take, when we come to do the recommendations, please advise accordingly. I'll just get, if I may, through you,
Mr. Brady, I've got a big lineup of people, so if it's in conjunction with some of the points Councillor Summerfield's made, or will we wait for Avril to present? You're next, Councillor James. You're right to wait.
I'm happy to hear the answer, Madam Chair.
I might just ask Avril just to re-explain the strategy, the implementation framework and the actions steps, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Just with that one there, so obviously the strategy was, as General Manager Mike has mentioned, has been designed to be kept at that very high level. Our next step down will be that implementation framework and planning and key action plans, and they will certainly explore more along the lines of roles and responsibilities for delivery of these particular projects. So for example, some of those might be advocacy plans where we do need to highlight how we have to work with our key partners in some of these projects. So that is certainly going to be addressed, and that will be in that next level of the implementation planning, which would be my understanding would also be a public document as well.
Thank you very much, Avril. Councillor O'Shea.
Well, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Avril. Appreciate the body of work that's gone into it and obviously what it represents. I just had, well, firstly, I'll just digress. I do agree with the point of how we communicate what our goal is around public transport. And I know, Mike, you know, I've mentioned this to you in the past, and obviously having sat in that position last term, having carriage of public transport, which we don't actually have a head of power of, but the community, if we're speaking about that, they relate it to us. So when we went through that change with public transport, they all came to us, and you know, we pretty much had to say, oh, it's not us, pass it on, you know, and we all know when we went through the process of what we wanted with our new fleet of public transport, what we requested on behalf of our community and what we got were two very different things. So I think that's an example of where the head of power lies with that. So I do think it is a really, and I was probably going to go to that as well, I think it's a point of how we communicate what our goal around a sustainable transport strategy is, in particular with public transport. So if we're sort of saying we want to see whatever it may be in a number of more people travelling by public transport, etc., I think it needs to be we will advocate, or we will, whatever that word may be, because we can't, unless we're going to put money into it, as we talked about before, we can't do that. So I'm wholeheartedly on board with that point. Questions I just wanted to ask too, if I may, is the figures, Avril, on this document. So in particular, I just want to ask, it's on 183 of 300. Is this strategy based on figures up until 2016? particularly you're looking at the figure I'm looking at here is particularly around car ownership trends and things like that. So it's on 183 of 300 or page 11 of the strategy.
No, I do believe that they have been endorsed. I just don't think when we actually put this document out that 2021 figures were public at the point that this was actually developed. But it's my understanding that they have been, the latest figures have been utilised. So these have been updated since that point in time.
Okay, because the reason I ask that question is because I'm astounded at the fact that the reference here is made that our increasing car dependency has seen a decline in public transport, in public transport, as shown in this document. Yet, post 2016, our public transport network has increased by 87%. So that's startling if that figure is still accurate. Do you know what I mean? Like, so when we're preparing a transport strategy and we're saying in this that public transport usage is declining, that's a real concern of how we advocate for the future of public transport if that trend has continued post the implementation of the new, as I said, because our bus route network's increased 87%. So I would have thought that, you know, is that figure still accurate? Like, have we still seen a decline in the use of public transport? Because I think it's key in how we frame this and what we advocate towards from a community perspective and a public perspective from a sustainable transport strategy, particularly around that pillar of public transport.
Increase the network. Well, it's flatlined a bit, and COVID's part of that.
Yep. Do you want to, somebody mind? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I've got able to fill some gaps in, but the network was considerably increased both in availability of services, and that back, what was that, 2016, 17. That was the spread of the network, so that's why that's significant. Unfortunately, what we've seen is a fairly flatlined type of take-up, and councillors have been aware of a number of those reasons, been discussions, and we have got TransLink down for a future information session with council. But obviously the COVID couple of years, particularly these recent years, has really had a flow-on impact. So I think there's part of this strategy, and the action plans going forward will be working very closely with TransLink as they roll out their next new gen ticketing approach and things like that, to try to get a better uptake and better outcomes for our whole community when it comes to public transport. It is a real key element that we'll be advocating, space that we'll be advocating in. I might just ask, would you like to add anything further to that, April? Yeah.
Thanks, if I may. So, well, I'll double down on the point that was made earlier around how we communicate what our goal and what our level of control is when we're talking about public transport is at. So I wholeheartedly agree with that fact. And the last question, if I can, Madam Chair, I just want to ask. So, Mike, the previous strategy that was there in 2014. As I said, it's a document I'm fairly familiar with. You probably regret suggesting to me that I read it as the first document when I got elected in 2016, which I did. So the objectives of that was to see an increase in cycle by 3 times, an increase in public transport by 2031, sorry, our targets, and then double the amount of travel by car. So we move forward to the revamp of what we're looking at here. That's not in the new one moving forward, and I understand we're trying to align it more with the corporate plan, but do we still have the same goal? Is that still an objective or a goal, or has that changed?
It's a good point.
The goal is still there, most definitely. The approach and investment by council, I think, and for that matter, other partners, state and others in this space, has been limiting to that behavioural change that we're after from our communities. So we've got it is a bit chicken and the egg. There's a level of investment that's got to go to try to uplift the take-up of that active transport space, and that's a part that council plays a part into, as does the state, and for that matter the federal government. But going forward, it's still a very strong intention of this a very strong intention of this document that we keep highly promoting that active transport space. I might ask Avril to just point out a couple of points too, if she could.
Thank you. Yes, so definitely, as General Manager Mike has mentioned, that intent is still very much there. How we are going to go about measuring this going forward is something that we can be considering in this next stage in implementation, because obviously we can set particular targets, but are they real and are they measurable, I guess, is the issue, because we've now looked back to the 2014 SDS, and yes, there were particular targets, but do we have the metrics in place? If we're going to set an objective, we obviously need to support that with ways that we can actually measure it and check that we're actually achieving what we're setting out to do. So that's certainly whether we necessarily set specific targets, or is it a certain, are we just going to look at increasing or or a decrease in certain vehicles? What those metrics are is something for consideration.
Thank you. Right, Councillor James?
Thanks for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we have a lot of people waiting. Councillor Jeff, you're next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Avril. Great report indeed. Just in regard and picking up on a couple of things that were said, and I must admit when I first read that page 15, sorry, the one that has gained a reasonable amount of attention, I had a similar feeling in regard to what is our jurisdiction and what can we do. So perhaps those words at the top of that may clarify that. Having said that, once I've read the whole document, and particularly going down to page 22 of the booklet, or page 194, when it actually talks about, so one is the objectives, and that's what we want. That's where we want to be. The next one, which is an important point, I think, was around more the objective statement and the strategy, and it's where the strategy, and that's why I said, well, I understand the document now, but it may be useful on that page to do that. Avril, just in regard to on that page 194 in board books, or 22 in your little book there, 1.5 is an area that probably touches on what we're talking about in regard to public transport.
Yep.
And I just wonder what, given obviously the changes in reduction with COVID and all those sorts of things, and challenges that we have with a very spread out community, and communities of need often have a smaller population. So that 1.5 is an interesting one for us to advocate for, support and advocate for flexible public transport services in areas and times of low demand. And I just wondered from your opinion, and picking up on the very important next step, which is around measuring success and how we do that. Have you got any ideas on how we can advocate for that? Because it seems it's largely driven on population and usage rather than actual need in some cases. Have you got any comments on that?
Yeah. Thanks, Avril.
Yes, thank you, Councillor McDonald. That's something we literally just had a workshop about 2 weeks ago where we had some discussions with TransLink specifically on this particular issue, where they're looking at their on-demand bus. I think it's called Cango.
Yeah, we've got one.
Yeah. So for some of those that perhaps we have those elements for these outer lying areas that are then moving them to like a central. So take, for example, Highfields, that there might be a main bus line that runs from Highfields to Toowoomba.
But the hub and spoke thing.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
So then it's more a case of, the Cango might be picking them up and then delivering them to a particular nodal point that then drops them into Toowoomba. So there's elements like that that are in discussion in the background in terms of trying to pick up our regional centres and that lower demand.
Yeah, and I guess the further we go outside of that area, the more challenges there are. So if there's innovative ways, and we wouldn't be only local government, looking to support and get demand and advocate for this, I get that. So look, on the balance, understanding completely where the strategy is, I read those objectives. I had a bit of an amber light, if you like, but then the objectives, but then reading the strategy, I understood it. That said, more than comfortable with those few words added on that other page, if that's a recommendation that comes forward to help others that might be a little concerned.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Just for councillors who don't realise, we have one bus here that operates, it's called the Cango, and it goes up to Rangeville, and you ring and whatever, and the community loves it, and would be the ideal to try to, and we have had discussions over many years. It all comes down to capacity, I guess, and finance at the end of the day, but that can be, and I think that's a really good thing to aim towards for for people, particularly in the outer areas. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, we've got in this report information about how we're going to measure success, the partnerships and engagement, and how we are going to deliver on the strategy. And I guess my question's in line with Councillor O'Shea's previously, which is what worked well and what didn't work so well in the implementation of the 2014 strategy, and how are we going to take those lessons to make sure that the implementation of the endorsed strategy is improved for this 2022 and beyond.
Yeah, so from the 2014 strategy, we actually did have, so we've obviously done a refresh ourselves, but we've also had a peer review that was undertaken before we actually went through and developed this refreshed STS, and it very much did do a review of basically what worked and what didn't work out of the 2014. So a number of those, I think probably one of the big elements is we didn't really have a clear implementation plan that fell out of 2014, was probably the biggest flaw that we actually had. We had what we called a series of catalytic major projects, but we weren't responsible for the full delivery of those either. So, so that was probably one of the big ticket items, and that's why we're very much moving this forward, subject to Council's endorsement, of moving straight into an implementation plan that considers to a higher level of detail the investment required, the monitoring and implementation, as Councillor O'Shea has talked about before. So it's very much looking at the nuts and bolts of how we get this strategy taken to that next level, and we deliver those objectives through that implementation and through those key action plans, so that we have clear line of sight. Effectively, we can justify that we are achieving these targets.
Yeah, thank you, because I think having lofty ambitions is fantastic, but it's great that we've learnt the lesson from 2014 and we understand really we need to have that implementation strategy and have focus on it, because that's where the rubber really hits the road.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. And I mean, that's the things that we can influence and do and can advocate where we can't. Councillor Tim?
Chair, thanks, and you're doing a good job getting to everyone. I certainly wasn't meaning to push you. You're doing really well, thanks, Chair. Look, I suppose my comments were very much in line with what we've said already. We have this strategic document, and we have all of these strategies that are up there on the board. Are they ever capable of being achieved? No, they're not. So if we're further down the path, we can still aim to do it, as is the point of a strategic document. But Councillor Rebecca raised it, Councillor Nancy raised it, and others. For example, 3.5 I have an issue with: improve the safety of our rural and regional roads. Of course, everyone here wants to improve the safety of our rural and regional roads, and we're on a journey to try and do that. But we all know from experience, you know, roads in the regions, how hard it can be to get the right funding to get them upgraded, just, you know, in line with the policies and the priority ratios and all of those kind of things. So when we've got people who want their road done out there, and now they've got justification for it in the sustainable transport strategy, I worry that, you know, well, it says 3.5 in your sustainable transport strategy, and that might be the bargaining chip they need, and we're still going to be on the same thing, saying, yeah, we'd love to, but it's got to be a work in progress. So I suppose this gives more ammo to a task that is really hard to achieve, and we all know the examples we're talking about. But having that in there, I feel like we might be causing ourselves more trouble than we mean. Could I just get a clarification on that, please, Mr. Brady, through you, Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I think, you know, we focus in just on that one for a moment. I think it's one of our key objectives as council, be it, you know, improve a safe and rural regional road network. We want a safe water supply. We want a safe parks. We want, you know, it doesn't matter what asset, safe buildings. our objective in all cases is to make an asset safe, functional and usable by our community as best that we can achieve at the end of the day. Every journey starts with the first step.
Yep.
Okay, and I think each project that we do in the network, e.g. an upgrade project, safety is that very much, road safety is very much at the forefront of the thinking that goes into the design elements of that project. So I know through all our engineers and designers, when it comes to that, that's very much. So that's what that strategy is speaking to as much as anything else at the end of the day. And obviously there's a fair bit in today's and yesterday's paper on, you know, the RACQ report that's come out on the different electorates and the number of deaths on the road networks and different things like that. And we've got a couple, unfortunately, that are up there in that higher, you know, in the top 10 type area across the state. Our Darling Downs needs us to have that focus, along with our partners, the federal government and the state government, to where we, in each project that we take forward, that we are very considerate in that safety space and try to get that right balance. At the end of the day, it is a challenge, and trying to get that balance when it comes to the dollars that we can spend or have available is sometimes that balance can be, as I said, challenging to achieve. But I think that's what the intent of each of these strategies is about. I can't by any means say that in 10 years' time we're going to have a safe and, you know, a totally safe network. That's an unachievable type objective, you know. But what we can say is we can be endeavouring in all the works that we do to be heading in that direction.
Thanks, Mr. Brady. We also need to remember that the economic benefit of our regional rural roads with product, and that's been recognised by the New South Wales government in a lot of money that has been given to local government to improve those freight routes. Unfortunately, we don't have the same here in Queensland, and I would love to see that we would. Mr. Mayor, you're next. I'm sorry, Councillor Tim, did you have another follow-up?
As a follow-up, Chair, look, I appreciate your comments, Mike. I think the community needs to come on that journey with us. Here's us going, we love our regional roads, we'd love our buses upgraded, and a lot of that falls, I mean, the community knows that how stretched our budget is and our infrastructure spending, and we're working our backsides off to get as much done as we can, but, you know, we seem to be running around going, well, we need the state to come to the party to get this done. But look, gripes aside, I would like to sing its praises overall, and just perhaps make a comment that where we're heading in Toowoomba region on sustainable transport. I sit on the RADAC committee, which works with a number of things, but wheelchair access is one of them, and here we are in 2022 still trying to get footpath cut out so you can get the wheelchair from the road to the footpath without gutter jumping, and those kind of little operational things. If we have strategies like this in place, you know, it can filter down, and I think those objectives are worth noting. Things like, I would still like to see, if you choose to drive an electric vehicle, some council fast charging electric vehicle charging stations, those kind of things that I think could come from this strategy. So when we look at what it's designed to achieve and how it will trickle down, I think it's a very worthwhile addition, and thanks to the team for putting it in there.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I think, Madam Chair, you nailed it pretty well when you talked about external funding, and I think much of what we're talking about here today, and I appreciate the report, I think it's well done. I haven't got right to the bottom of it, and I'll disclose that in a moment, but the reality is there's an awful lot of input on the part of other levels of government for us to achieve sustainable transport, and I think that's important. I'm just wondering, and I've got to admit that I've had a couple of very hectic days and I haven't read the whole thing. Any consideration at all given to the potential for light rail on the existing rail lines that there are in this community? And I don't need a long answer on that, or furthermore, the impact of the potential fast rail from in SEQ, which I hope will happen one day.
Yes, certainly is consideration and discussions, as we mentioned in the background. I think we have one of the objectives does refer to options for the fast rail or faster rail. So yes.
We don't want
We're
to.
not backing
We
off
don't
fast
want
just
to.
yet.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor.
We
We
know
just
where we
need
are,
to stay
but
fast.
We know what they're thinking.
Yes, I know definitely that is, it's certainly on the radar as part of the strategy.
The issue, of course, of the existing rail lines that are used here now, you know, that connect the northern side of Toowoomba and the southern side, Wairima, Cambodia, those sort of places, I think they too, in my view, have some potential somewhere down the track.
It's interesting, Mr. Mayor, you say that because in the 1920-somethings to the 1948 or whatever, 54 I think, there were 200 people went from Toowoomba to Wairima on a rail motor every day, 5 days a week, and walked to the condensed milk factory and came back to Toowoomba. So we've gone backwards. And that's exactly what happens why you have that lovely platform that's over there in Wairima and across from Hartfixon Street. So, you know, I mean, we've had it and it's gone backwards and there's been opportunity missed with the rail line. So it's most important with the freight task and other things, including passenger, that we continue to advocate on behalf of rail and passenger rail.
Once again, the state government's heavily involved in all of that and getting it going.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Avril, for your report. I was so inspired by it, I decided to walk to work today for the first time this year.
Well done.
Yeah, I hope I kept that up. It occurred to me that the importance of updating these strategies is high. I remember when I first, in my maiden speech in Parliament in 2001, I advocated decentralisation to try and get more people to come to regional Australia, country towns, etc. And the contrast at the moment is that, you know, we're short of housing here because a lot of people are already coming from the capital cities, particularly from Victoria, for example. Radio this morning on Radio National, there was a report, I think, put out by Regional Australia Institute, or some name like that, which indicates that 1 in 5 people living in capital cities either desire or intend to move to regional Australia. So that's, you know, we might be conservative in our estimate of 50,000 or 55,000 more people by 2050. So it is important to update it. Congratulations for what you are doing. I was going to make that point about the faster rail and the light rail in particular, particularly with the new hospital going in and, you know, out to the university, if not out to Pittsworth and etc. It's important that we maintain our rail corridors for the future. That obviously is not going to be achieved within the time frame of the current strategy, but it is important for the future. And the only other thing I wanted to mention was that on page 9 of your report, you refer, of course, to the faster rail and the inland rail project. I think it's a great shame that we perhaps didn't advocate strongly enough for a tunnel to service both what is proposed with the inland rail at the moment and for that fast rail to occur in the future. The possibility of building another tunnel in the future seems to me to be almost beyond belief.
Yes, thank you. I'd ask Mr. Brady to comment on that, but we have advocated, Councillor Kerry, for a long time.
Yeah. In respect to advocating, this council on numerous occasions over the last decade has made it very clear to all levels of government what it was desiring as far as outcomes from the Inland Rail project. That said, the outcome with the intergovernmental agreement that got signed between the state and the federal government is that the new inland rail is to be able to cater for passenger rail as well. So the tunnel, the design of the network has to enable the use by passenger locomotives and passenger trains, and hence the tunnel has to be built in a manner that can also cater for use by in the public rail space, in the passenger rail space. Part of those outcomes out of that governmental agreement is one of the sub-projects is the Toowoomba to Brisbane passenger rail project, which is currently a strategic business case being considered further by the federal government as we sit here today. So we're hoping for some positive outcome there for them to move to detailed business case on the passenger side in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to recognise the Mayor and Mr Brady, who've done a lot of work in that space on behalf of our community. You're right, Councillor Kerry? Thank you. Councillor Megan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really just an observation, April. I spent last week in Brisbane, and I haven't lived in Brisbane for 17 years. How it has changed for walking particularly, but scooters, e-mobility, so huge. So you think the difference between 2014 and now, when we originally had this sustainable transport strategy done, a really huge thing is e-mobility. And I just sort of, I guess it's just an observation that we've got the trial item coming up in number 5 in later on in this meeting, but that's such a major thing that's changed that I would have thought we might be trying to get there as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Well, that's subject to another report later this morning, councillors, so I'm sure we'll have a good discussion there.
And Councillor Megan, the bikes were in Brisbane when this was when this sustainable transport strategy was first put together. So that was a change then, and who knows? You know, by the end of the life of this, who knows what will happen? Maybe little people movers or whatever. So I don't know. Councillor Beale, you're next. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Avril, I thank you for the report, and I do agree the language we use is extremely important, and in the context of a strategy, you know, a strategy is a guide only. It's like a master plan for a park. You revisit it because in 10 years' time, the stuff that you planned for might not be exactly relevant, or there could be improvements, and that's exactly what we're doing here today. So thank you. I would urge councillors to think more broadly about how we use this strategy, however, and we're in a period where we're coming into the renewal of our planning scheme. And this particular strategy is extremely important in how it correlates with our growth strategy, whether it's a convenience model or the other on growth. Now, a convenience model, I might suggest, would be critically looked at with a transport strategy around hub and spoke and nodes, and how that facilitates better public transport in the future. So I guess it comes back to land use planning again.
And Councillor Beale, that's why planning has been a partner here.
Absolutely, yeah. But I'm saying to us collectively as a room to think and consider importantly how we use this strategy in the context of thinking about our growth fronts into the future and our affordability, because I go to page 33, I think it is, I can't, it's that small, yeah, 33.
The numbers are very small,
and
aren't they?
The affordability sector in that diagram around LGIP capital recurrent funding, well, you know, LGIP is better captured if we're clearer around our growth management, growth fronts in a planning sense, but also how we utilise this strategy to capture appropriate funds from sectors who help build the community. So that's how we need to be thinking, I think, about not just the strategy in itself, but how it interlinks with the broader planning and growth. And that's why I say thank you, Avril. This is a really important update.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Bill. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you wouldn't mind indulging me with just one more. Look, just firstly, I repeat, this is a good document and this is part of the process coming here and for us to work through it. So it's no reflection on the document or the staff that have worked on it, but purely a process that we go through. So just on page 23, talking about efficient land use, and it really goes back to what Councillor Bill was just talking about, I think, and that is around the narrow streets and the cars parking on roads, which is not good for residential areas, and it causes all sorts of issues, disruptions and aggro between residents and all that sort of thing. And I just wondered, does the strategy embrace finding solutions for this planning issue? And noting it is a strategy, but does it correlate with that issue, and can it be working with planning? Because I see that working well together to try and get a better outcome, because currently what we've got doesn't work in my view. I just think having, even though we say they've got to have 2 car parks, we have all of these cars parked all over the street on footpaths, then they get fined, and then there's trouble with council and all this sort of thing. And I think we have to find solutions, and that could mean having a wider road, which nobody wants, but at the end of the day, if that's the solution, then we have to come up with.
I'd just like to comment, Councillor Summerfield, that in the old days, the streets that we love are the wider roads.
Here,
I have to
Councillor
say,
Taylor.
and they're somehow in the last planning scheme, but I totally agree, and I'll ask Mike to comment on that, but it is something we need to think about. Thank you
very much, and excuse me, I will have to go.
I agree that the two go very much hand in hand, but in respect to the formation or a council position on the width of road corridors and the like, that squarely sits in our planning scheme. I think what we're trying to advocate for from an objective, as we say here, streets are places for people, for communities and stuff. How do you achieve that, and what's the right width of a road reserve to achieve that? Is it the same in all cases? Is it less in some places, more in others, and the like? I think this is really a discussion in the formation of the new planning scheme. This council and previous councils have had this discussion around road corridor widths. It's ongoing, and there is varying opinions and varying thoughts, you know, both at professional levels, academia, and many others when it comes to what actually generates the best outcome for a community when you're looking at, you know, urban street design. So our key document that can actually enact something is our planning scheme. So I'd suggest to councillors here that we take that issue forward as a discussion item as we develop the planning scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. There's been great conversation, great comments made around the table. Is there anything else, councillors? Councillor Bill?
Chair, through you to Mr. Brady. Mike, is there opportunity for council to revisit this this refresh we're doing now, but is there opportunity for us to revisit this strategy? Because I do sense a need that, because I'm very keen to see some stuff come forward around hierarchy and order of roads and how we treat our community with amenity and how we preserve vegetation in a road corridor, which creates avenues and corridors for the next 60 or 100 years, and how the private landowner might step up to the plate and create amenity for the community in the future by their contribution, and not just flattening trees to widen road reserves on main corridors where all the infrastructure supposedly has to go. It's a very topical subject, and I foresee that we may have to revisit this transport strategy, and I foresee that this transport strategy and planning and higher order roads in particular may need to be addressed in the very near future. is there opportunity for us to look at this again, particularly as we deliberate around planning scheme matters and corridors, amenity for community, environment issues, green belts, corridors, heat sink with urban sprawl and development? All of those issues are extremely important.
I think we have to have the support of the state before that can happen, and I think the planners have agreed with me about that. South Australia has a great policy down there, and I've come back and spoken to council on it many times. Council sits under state planning, but I'll just ask the General Manager to comment on that.
Madam Chair, I flagged in a briefing last week, I think there's a will around the table by perhaps a majority of councillors to really start to step up and address this. And this is why this transport strategy is so critical, and it needs to be informed about our planning directives. So, yeah, my question, can we
Thank you,
update
Mr. Brady.
that shorter than a 12-month or 2-year review or whatever?
Thank you for the query in regards to that. When it comes to the road corridor issues and the overlap into developments, that really is taken care of within our planning scheme and the directives that our planning scheme enables, which you're speaking to the converted when you speak to me personally from the way I, would like that, but from the way council's got the planning scheme set up presently, it does, and a major development, the developer does have that position where it can deal with those aspects, clearing as necessary. This strategy doesn't cover off on that, nor really should it in regards to how it overlaps. In regard to how council wants to look after its road corridors from an environmental perspective, we've taken that direction from council to be very considerate of our road corridors environmentally, and we strive to achieve that. There's quite a number of corridors where we've gone to the significant extent of protecting the trees in the corridor itself. It's very difficult in the design space to do anything outside that corridor. There's a number of corridors I could rattle off over the years that we've gone to that extra extent to protect that environment. This council, if it so wishes to maintain that at a level, needs probably a stronger policy position in respect to that matter. Part of that's very much to do with the planning scheme and part of that conversation. And then you may also look at, like other councils, e.g. Brisbane City Council, tree protection policies and the like, but they would come up through other avenues, not so much through the transport strategy, standard transport strategy. That said, objective statement 6 says respect the heritage and enhance the amenity of our urban centres. So one of our objectives out of this transport strategy is to achieve, good urban community outcomes, and 6.4 is continue to use tree-lined corridors and active transport corridors to minimise the heat island effect and bring green open space into our cities, suburbs and towns as identified in the Green Infrastructure Strategy, and that's on page 26. So we're doing what we can do through a transport strategy to give emphasis and support to what we believe as council, as a community, what we think would be good community outcomes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, just as a follow-up, Mike, yeah, I concur absolutely, but the idea behind my question is, are you open to making some amendments in the near future? Because it's my understanding that the package of work around environment and corridors and a whole range around trees, a parcel of work will be coming just after Christmas. If you look at the schedule and how the planning scheme discussions are being rolled out. So, yes, I do agree. The planning scheme should strongly inform the transport strategy because then that's the enabler for this to happen as we get to the development stage, but it starts back in planning scheme policy.
So I believe it'd be in the implementation, but I'll ask Avril or Mike to comment on that.
Look, I think the transport strategy is already there. I think it's ahead, you know, in step. It already supports that outcome, if that's the outcome council wants to achieve through the planning scheme. So there's nothing at odds with that objective.
Thanks, Mr. Brady. Look, we've had a long conversation, a lot of good debate, a lot of good comments. I'd actually suggest that we vote on this now. The recommendation is there. Sorry, Mr. Brady. Look, I've just Mr. Brady, we need to be quick. We'll have a break after this, a quick one. Those words that Mike had in there before. Yes, Mike, could you just go, because I don't think Wendy's got them at this point. It was about...
So councillors...
Thank you.
I picked up on a couple of inverted commas amendments that council would like to see in the finalisation of this strategy.
Yes, Wendy has them. Thank you very much. That's it? No, so do we have a mover? Mr. Mayor, and seconded Councillor Melissa. No comment, no more comment? Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Councillors, if we want to go somewhere at 12:30, can we just have 5 minutes, please, for a break and then come back? Thank you very much. Councillors, I'm not privy about anything that's happening. What time are we going to have lunch? There's a Maltuggerah thing at 12, I think. I'm just not sure what we're doing.
No, I'll let resolution to adjourn.
Sorry, we just moved we need to have a resolution to adjourn. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Bonhoff. Those in favour that we adjourn for 5 minutes? Okay, are we having lunch or are we not having lunch today?
Yeah, so this, as I explained earlier, this is an event that's happened annually, and the Newtown State School have taken it upon themselves and done a wonderful job to put a program together. The first we heard of it was at an advisory committee where the school presented and said, you know, this is what we're planning. We explained that that was actually a committee day for us, and they would like to have, it's still at Picnic Point, yeah, and they would still, because they need to work around their school, but they did want the Mayor to speak at that. And I said, well, if you can work it between 12 and 1, I'm sure the Mayor will do his best to be there. And so if we can all go up there, great, but they know that we are in committee.
So we'll resume at 1 o'clock for lunch, but we'll resume here in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I think we did with those words, I think collaborate, and I think that was the main, so everyone's happy with that? Yes, thank you. Sorry, Mike, did you want to make a comment? Are you happy if we change that wording just to capture it, or?
Yeah, no, that wording's fine, councillors, but there was a number of requests from a number of councillors for a couple of other minor matters, and I've made a note of those, but as I said at the start, when we got to the resolution, I'd just confirm with you whether you wanted to include them as a whole. I know that was a bit of an individual request or not, so
we'll just go over that, and I think...
And I suppose that's where we get a bit lost sometimes as staff, exactly what do you want holistically, rather than that. One of those was the changes to the map on page 10. There was a request for that. If that is to be done,
I think the map's fine.
Do you want to do, I'm happy to, you know, we're happy to go and make whatever change the council believes. But
yeah, no, look, if you could just bring that up, Wendy. I think the map's fine. I think it's just that Toowoomba's mentioned there because that's where most of the transport is, the different modes of transport. What was the other one, Mike?
Did you want any changes to climate change, which was, so the map was page 10, so we'll leave the map as is.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, are we revisiting the vote?
Well, no, we're not really. We're just trying to, the resolution's been passed and it is only committee. So what we're trying to do really is to clarify if there's anything just for the staff to take away to have a look at before next week. So my understanding was it was just those words collaborate, and I think the rest of it was quite possibly, to my mind, it was explained that it was already in there. And the climate change thing, it was in there, and it was also in the hierarchy and the road thing. So we're happy with that. I think it has been voted on. If there are any changes, we can make them next week. I would like to think we've had a very long discussion. I would like to think we're fine with it. But I think this is just the CEO and the General Manager of Infrastructure just wanted to know if there was any other thing that they'd missed that Council wanted. But I think we're fine. We're right? Thank you.
Good point, Beck.
Thank you, Brian, for that. So we move on to item number 4, which is the offer of funding contribution towards off-street car parking at Nell on Ruthven Street or towards catering for the Nell E. Robinson Park. And I'd like to introduce Mike to ask Mike to introduce that and welcome Gavin Shivey, who's our Principal Project Manager. Thank you.
Again, good morning, councillors. Thank you for letting us present this report. Councillors, this follows on from our presentation from TMR to Council back on the 5th of July in regards to their proposed road safety upgrade project, Urban High Risk Roads project that they're doing on, in this case, the focus here is the one for Ruthven Street between James and Nelson Street. Part of that project, and I'll let Gavin go into a bit more detail in a moment, does see the loss of required loss by TMR of a number of car parking spaces along that link of road, and there's an offer for a funding contribution to assist council towards construction of additional off-street parking at Nellie E. Robinson Park. I'll pass straight over to Gavin now to take you through the report briefly and open, obviously, to questions.
Thank you, Gavin. I'm recognising you as the author of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The purpose of the report particularly is for Council to consider the offer from Department of Transport and Main Roads of $500,000 towards the construction of additional off-street car parking at Nellie Robinson Park to help mitigate the community impacts of their Ruthven Street Safety Upgrade project. So what we have is two related projects. Council's planning to deliver an additional, already planning to deliver additional off-street car park at Nellie Robinson Park to help address the peak demand during sporting events. The estimate for that project has been reviewed and additional budget will be requested The other project then is DTMR, Department of Transport and Main Roads, planning safety upgrade works that will result in the loss of on-street parking in Rufford Street. From between their projects themselves are between Nelson Street and James Street, but the main focus for this report particularly is around Audley and Stenner Streets. So they've made an offer of funding contribution towards those parking impacts. The council needs to consider their contribution offer.
Just there, Gavin, on page 212, the offer was to be 52.4% of the cost of the project, which now comes to $860.
Well, they've just offered a flat $500,000 is what they've offered, initially at least. Just recapping from the information that Main Roads gave to council back on the 5th of July, DTMR is planning safety upgrade works on the New England Highway, Ruffin Street, James to Nelson, as part of its Urban High Risk Roads project. Construction is planned to commence in early 2023, and the works will include improved operation at signalised intersections with extended right turn lanes and removal of filtered right turns, speed limit reduction to 50 kilometres per hour from James to Audley Street, improved pedestrian safety with raised crossings across left turn slip lanes at Stenner Street and Nelson Street intersections, sight distance improvements at South Street, some additional bike lanes, amended side road and property accesses, general road surface and upgrade, but particularly new traffic signals at Donahue Street intersection opposite Nellie Robinson Park, and removal of, and most relevantly here, removal of most available on-street parking areas between Audley Street and Stenner Street. So thus a major negative impact of the project for the community will be loss of on-street parking. So at Nellie Robinson Park, it has two major sports there, being netball and soccer. There's already considerable existing off-street parking, 114 spaces near the netball area and another 92 near the soccer area. There's also approximately 50 existing dedicated on-street car parking spaces available in Kerry Street. So there's already quite a bit of parking in the area. Overflow parking for larger sporting events then uses further on-street parking in various local streets, including Ruffin Street. So the need for additional parking has already been identified, and an additional off-street parking during peak demand periods. As a result, we do have a preliminary design for a new car park off Hume Street, north of the soccer fields, and it runs adjacent to Damien Crescent, as shown in attachment 1. Is the basic layout and location, at least on attachment 1. The proposed car park will provide approximately 147 new parking bays. Council has allocated $500,000 in the current capital works budget, 22-23, and another $500,000 in the 23-24 proposed capital works budget for that work. So Parks and Rec Services, and Dominic Doyle is here from Parks and Rep. They've been involved in development of this of the council parking project, and particularly they're the budget owner. So as I said before, Main Roads spoke to council a few months back in July, and as part of their works in Ruffin Street, they advised that 77 of the existing 85 parking spaces in Ruffin Street between Audley and Stenner Street, so that's directly adjacent to Nellie Robinson Park, will be lost as part of the works. That was the main impact, certainly parking-wise. Subsequent offer has been received from Main Roads to contribute $500,000 towards the construction of council's new car park at Nellie Robinson Park. So council's currently allocated $1 million over those 2 financial years towards building the new car park. Due to rapidly existing construction and material costs in recent times, the current estimate for the full cost of the project is now $1.65 million. So this will need consideration when budgets are reviewed. Based on the size, this is probably the key part. Based on the size of the proposed car park, 147 bays, and the number of bays to be removed from Ruffin Street by Main Roads, 77 bays, it would be reasonable for Main Roads to contribute just over half, 52.4%, proportionally based on the number of car parks. Thus, an offset towards loss of on-street car parking would be about $865,000. Would be a reasonable contribution out of the 1.65, so just over half. The other part then is also about construction timing. As I said, Nellie Robinson Park has predominantly netball and soccer being winter sports. So ideally the time for construction would be preferably over the summer period. That would have least impact. Although, because of the location of the proposed car park, there wouldn't be a large impact if it was under construction while those sports are in progress as well. The construction period for the car park would be approximately 5 to 6 months is expected. Main Roads have also then advised that their works should start in early 2023, construction period approximately 8 months. Ideally, it would be preferable to have council's new car park constructed and available prior to loss of parking on Ruthven Street. It's also noted that council's construction of council's car park prior to 2023, which is obviously very soon, is not reasonably achievable due to resources, materials and budget constraints. So further down in the financial and resource implications section, we've then identified 3 options on possible construction timeframes. The preferred one is option 3. It would have the lowest impact, certainly on the sports clubs, because it's building in summer. But there may be some impact if Main Roads work is already underway or completed before it happens. So that particular option is to build the new car park in late 2023, early 2024. So for each of these options, the impact of total parking availability is mitigated if Main Roads can delay their project works near Nellie Robinson Park until after council's new car park is completed. This in mind, option 3 is preferred for having the least overall impacts, while also requesting Main Roads to postpone commencement of their works. So based on the estimate for the new car park, the number of new car parks created and the number of car parks to be removed from Ruthven Street is considered an amount of $865,000 should be requested from Main Roads as an offset towards off-street car parking. It's also noted that postponement of Main Roads construction works near Nellie Robinson Park until after the completion of council's car park would mitigate impacts on total parking availability.
Thanks, Gavin. Can I just ask you, or perhaps to you or perhaps to the General Manager, we're estimating the full cost for the project is now 1.65 million. We only have a million in there for that. And by the time we put it back, if we do agree on the option and we put it back, are we confident that 1.65 million is going to cover this? Because the way costs are escalating, I'm not sure that would be the case.
At this stage, we're taking into account in the new estimate where we see things probably in this next, as best we can, in this next 12 months. So on the basis that council that the projects would progress at least to commencement, say by this time next year. If that was the case, we feel that the funding or the new estimate is at this point in time achievable.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. I'd actually like to just comment that this is, we appreciate the offer by DTMR. This car park was planned prior to this announcement, so it was going to be over and above, and now we're losing all those car parks. But we do appreciate the offer of something to us. But yeah, I have people in line. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. I wonder if we're in a bit of a pickle here, because we're talking about a major negative impact of the project for the community being the loss of on-street parking. And when I'm looking at the community consultation, the consultation that's been undertaken, I don't see anything there that's been done with the community that I am worried is going to be significantly affected, and those are the people in Damien Crescent. And also I wonder about traffic management plans and this sort of thing, because looking at the proposed new parking area, I see the entrance coming in off Hume Street, but the amenity of those people who are living in Damien Crescent is going to be affected. They at the moment look over sporting grounds, and now they're going to be potentially looking over parking areas. And I don't see that there's any entrance coming from Damien Crescent. But what have we done in terms of community consultation and also traffic management plans for this proposal?
Actually, welcome Dom here with us from that area. Thanks, Dom.
In a moment, I'll just get Dom to talk to the location of the car park and impact on the surroundings through that. So I'll get into that. In regards, so I gather that's where you were talking about your traffic management elements. In regards to anything to do with traffic management on Ruffin Street and the impacts of the project, that's 100% TMR.
Yep.
Separate matter.
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the parking proposals.
In regards to, and the discussion with Council at the 5th of July presentation, TMR will be taking the lead in the community consultation of their urban safety improvement project. And this is one of the, not dissimilar to a little bit of a discussion we had earlier about trying to achieve safety on our network. It's with a balance, and you know, what is that balance in some cases? In this case, the offset here may have to be numbers of car parks. That said, so that's where the consultation will sit, TMR's responsibility in respect to that, and they'll talk to you know, what that means and what they're trying to achieve by our acceptance, if we so do, of their contribution.
So sorry, Mike. So TMR will be conducting the community consultation.
Yes.
And then what if in the event the community says absolutely not?
Well, that's for the state to manage at this stage, and I suppose we're putting our toe in the water today in respect to how we, you know, they presented to us in obviously in July as an information session. Today is not actually approving of their project, but we're not, it's an element of that project. So that's what today is about. The bigger question, if the community has that angst, that will be a matter for TMR to manage from that perspective. Council will, irrespective, be dragged into it in a degree, because you know, it is our community as well, and we have a lot of lead on streets, and the impacts are varied. So I might hand over to Dom.
Sorry, I'd just make a comment, Councillor Rebecca. As it stands now, when netball's on, Damien Crescent and every street around there is just full of cars. So there'll be no, they probably might get some off their street. It might be advantageous to them. So sorry.
Maybe the traffic management plan then would have that information, but thanks, Dom.
Thanks, Councillor. Good morning, all. I thank my mother every day for my stout legs, but even I feel a little bit tall this morning. So good morning to you all. I hope you can hear me. If you can't, please let me know. The interface with Damien Crescent is in fact quite unique, and over many years, as Councillor Taylor just mentioned, we've had ongoing discussions with the residents in that location and more broadly throughout that suburb. And Saturday mornings are in fact the pinch point and the point of great challenge for neighbours of the park. Many cars park on that street and sometimes across driveways and in all sorts of awkward positions, which causes frustration for the broader neighbourhood, particularly the people in the adjacent streets. So one of the intents with the design was to find the maximum number of car parks. It is a fairly constrained site in terms of the fields and courts that are already within the fence line of the park. We try to maximise the number and also manage that interface with Damien Crescent, so there's no entry or exit onto Damien Crescent deliberately. That's to make sure we don't cause traffic flow in and around Damien Crescent itself. preferring the option in off Hume Street, which we know can be quite a busy street in its own right as well. Primarily school pick-up and drop-off time, so morning and afternoons throughout the week. Certainly again on a Saturday morning, that entire area is heavily trafficked by vehicles. We're also conscious of not creating a scenario where shortcuts or rat runs, if that's the right term, from Hume Street through to Carey Street and onto Ruthven Street were created. So we have a series of bollards that have been added behind the new netball amenities building to prevent vehicles from traversing from Hume Street through Carey and onto Ruthven Street. So we're very conscious of that potential challenge as well. So we try to maximise the number of car parks and be cognizant of the interaction with Damien Crescent and minimise vehicles coming and going from that. The net result, we hope, is that more vehicles will get off those local streets and into the car park. Equally, you know, with 2,500 netball players each Saturday morning and up to 800 soccer or football players each Saturday morning, the reality is that the car parking situation is still likely to spill over into those surrounding streets and in that neighbourhood. So we have had ongoing conversations, and you've probably all received calls from time to time from residents, and we appreciate it's a difficult scenario for all of us.
So then, Madam Chair, just to follow up, will we be doing a traffic management assessment, or will TMR be doing a traffic management assessment?
Can I, when you talk about traffic management in regards to the car parking, it's only a construction traffic management that we're dealing with. In regards to location of the car park, if council has already chosen, as I've gathered, this location for additional car spot. So that's already been determined. Okay, this project in itself, it was going to be going forward, irrespective of what's happening on Ruthven Street. So that project in itself has been planned for that location.
Yeah, and they know about it.
Yeah. So that it's actually, as pointed out, actually assisting with the overall traffic management impact in the area from netball and those other sports. That said, there's no silver bullet to further improvement of traffic issues in that area as it currently stands. Not that we have in foreseeable budgets or anything like that, because it is a very constrained area.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just trying to understand when we say we hope that the traffic situation will be, that the parking situation will be improved, and we believe that it will. Usually we'd have done some modelling and some reports. Was that included in the first round when the determination was made? Because at the moment we're just talking in terms of conjecture.
That we didn't know about TMR when this was planned. They're taking 70, we're adding 140 something. So, yeah.
We just need to know. We have to have something verifiable when we're talking about the community.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. We did, in fact, have some modelling done by RMA engineers, and particularly looked at, obviously, the traffic flowing off and onto Hume Street, and then obviously roundabout interactions with all the Lee Street. So there's obviously a driveway into the Hume Street car park currently. We're proposing a second driveway there, so there's some modelling that's been done as to how to manage those two driveways, which are probably less than 100 metres apart, and obviously left in, left out is the scenario that's proposed. It also talks about that right-hand turning lane off Hume Street into the car park and makes some recommendations in relation to that. So that modelling in terms of the traffic that's generated, so we did a number of surveys over the last number of years. Saturday morning is very much the peak time for those traffic movements, and that's existing. Thanks. So this has a net benefit to managing those movements as opposed to a negative. So,
thank you. Thanks, Dom. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Mike or Gavin, the question is, I know they spoke with us and probably should have been a question asked at that time, but the more I've gone through this and thought about it, is the removal or the loss of 77 on-street car parks in the work that TMR wants to do completely non-negotiable? Like, is it just that's completely off the table? There's no room for us saying, look, you know, can it be designed that it still doesn't include the removal of the parks? Just for instance, is it just a completely off the books impossibility? Can't be done, won't be done, won't be looked at from?
Ultimately, it's their final call, but there's nothing stopping council at this meeting asking for TMR to further investigate the opportunity to see, is there an opportunity to save some further parking. That said, by putting a set of traffic lights and bus stops and different things as they are in and around Donahue Street, does need a fair width of space on the road space itself, in the width of the road, so that you can't have, obviously you lose the immediate parking that would be there. And that's there for other, as I said, this is a balance at the end of the day. There's a lot of kids and that run across to McDonald's and different things like that. So one of the safety outcomes of this is having, you know, pedestrian signals and stuff like that for children and for everybody, for the community. And you've got a aged community there as well, just down there, you know, they may wish to walk to the park. So there's a lot of positives out of this project for our community. Yes, there's that one negative around parking, and that one negative is really Saturday mornings once a week. And it's not, I know that's a huge impact at that point in time, but I think you've got to also look at the project holistically and understand what's trying to be achieved when you look at, you know, previous accident rates and different things like that. There's all these other elements that are trying to be achieved. That said, council can ask for additional review to see what else can be achieved. There's nothing stopping us from asking for that as part of our resolutions today.
I could just mention there's been a tremendous amount of issues with Donahue Street. The older people that are the aged care and retirement village that's down there, they can't, they've got no footpath up to the Kmart. At least with this, they'll have a footpath for scooters and things like that. So as the General Manager says, it is a balancing act, but there's been issues with Donahue Street ever since I've been sitting at this table. So, yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand and appreciate that, but I just think, you know, this, I think the term was used before, in a bit of a pickle. I think it's more than that. We will, our community, or we will lose out whichever way this goes, because the pressures that exist around this. You know, sorry, I'm probably going into debate, but I'll cut straight to the chase. Once we get to decision time, I'm happy to move an alternate recommendation that we request that, or if not, at the very least, ask them to pay the full amount, or about half. Like I just think I understand the overall approach, but as I said, I just think we need to push back as hard as we can and get as much as we can for ourselves and our community in regards to this. So I'm happy to debate it and talk about it if it gets to that
Councillor
point.
James, I'm not sure they have to contribute anything, I'd just say. But anyway, thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I wasn't here for the initial briefing on the 5th of July. So my reading of this, and tell me how much I'm wrong. We were going to do that car park anyway. TMR, and put 147 car parks in there. TMR's come along and said, we need to tidy up all along Ruthven Street. We're going to take out 77 parks. And sort of almost like a, you know, as an appeasement, and we'll give you 500 grand towards your car park, with no additional car parks.
That's one way of putting it, I suppose. It's, as Councillor Taylor pointed out, TMR, the state doesn't need to give any contribution whatsoever. Okay, so I think that's worth keeping in the back of the mind at the end of the day. I think they understand some of the impact that, you know, removing car parking has. They've spoken to direct stakeholders, those that are along Ruthven Street, as I understand it, and hence have, you know, where they can, they've tried to consider those stakeholders' impacts. Okay, those impacts on other stakeholders, not just ourselves. In in considering the impact on us being, you know, a representative of the community at Nellie Robinson Park, how could that be supported at the moment? Be it this contribution to this car park or to anything else that council wanted, that's what they've sort of put on the table as an offer to assist. And I think, you know, I think we need to take it in the spirit that it's been given as well, from a point of view that they are trying to achieve some urban safety, road safety outcomes through that section. That doesn't come without impacts, okay? And the biggest impact that's, or one of the biggest impacts for us through this section is along here. And I think we need to, you know, I keep on thinking, you know, a lot of our impacts are fairly singular in nature. That's a Saturday, right? One day a week where this impact is really significant for us. Or carnivals, I'll take that on board as well, outside of that time. And it's normally from sort of that March through to September period, okay? And I think trying to balance all these things and understand that in the holistic perspective is important in respect to that. That said, I mean, if there's there's some recommendations there of council if we want to add in to review further the car parking, see what more they could do. Obviously, that's the options that council can consider as we progress.
Thanks, Mr. Brady. Thanks. Councillor Megan?
If I could just have a follow-up, Madam Chair. What's the estimated reasonable number that we should have there? Do we have that figure?
Financially?
What number of car parks? What would be sort of, you know, how do you work that out?
Well,
thank you,
Dom,
Councillor.
thanks.
It's a difficult question to answer. I think to the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct, we're looking at 20 fields there, and we're looking at a total number of car parks in the vicinity of sort of 3,000 to 4,000. If you had 1,000 car parks at Nellie Robinson, that would certainly aid and assist the issue that develops on a Saturday morning. However, for the rest of the week, they would be somewhat unused. So I don't know that there's a perfect number, but it's significantly higher than the number that are currently available. Does this fully address that need on a Saturday morning? No, it doesn't. But I don't know there's space for many more additional parks. We certainly looked at that Hannah Court area down to the southwest corner and other land corners or areas, but the park is very landlocked in terms of the current assets that are on site there.
I understand that. I just think, you know, in effect, we're really only getting 70 parks.
Because this was planned anyway, so yes, but to balance that out, we are getting increased safety for our community down Donahue Street and others. It's as said, a balancing act. So you're right, Councillor Megan.
Yes.
So Councillor Melissa, followed by Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about a completely different topic. So if the other speakers want to talk to parking, I'm happy to wait and come back.
So Councillor Tim, what was yours? Your next was yours parking?
Chair, yeah, and while Dom's there, thanks Melissa, Councillor Mel, I might go now. Look, we, Dom, through you, Chair, to Dom, first question is just thinking it through. We're moving to Charlton. Stage 1 has no netball courts, stage 2 has no netball courts. Like, it might be 10 or 12 years before netball's moved out there, so there's not a immediate need to move it out there. Like, this will still be retained and used for several years. Just to comment on that, please.
Thanks, Councillor. Certainly the intent of the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct is about future demand. So current demand, to an extent, yes, we know we have a field shortage of approximately 6 to 11 fields currently, and that grows between now and 2031 to more like 16 fields. The Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct, therefore, is about allowing that growth to be catered for at that future site, as opposed to the relocation of existing sporting use in town. So I think I'll try and draw that line very clearly. Equally, there is some spare capacity for netball at the Highfields facility, which has been most recently constructed, and we have been working actively with both the Toowoomba Netball Association and West Wanderers Football Club to try and manage the way they program their fixtures. Netball have been really willing to leave bigger gaps between the game times, so rather than try and condense games as they historically did between the times of 10 and 4, they've stretched out to more like 8 to 5 now, leaving gaps between the start of games to allow vehicles and mums and dads, grandparents, etc., that are at that game to leave the venue and new vehicles to park for the next allocated matches. So they've been very willing to partner and work with us to a large extent to cater or try to cater for changing the way they've done things historically to better work in with the local community. However, yeah, the intent is that that facility would continue to be used as it is now at full capacity.
Yeah, thanks. Good point, just thought I'd throw it out there. While we're here, another question, Chair, if I might. So we talk parking and, you know, it's footy grand finals at the moment. We're not here to build a car park for one day. We're not building churches for Christmas Day, I think is what's used around here a fair bit. And so I just wanted to talk about we're here every Saturday in winter, aren't we? It's not 3 times a year. And certainly, you know, we've all driven past Ruthven Street on a winter Saturday and Hannah Court, they're all up there on the road, and all that parkland across the front of Ruthven Street, they're all parked in there and everything. So just there wasn't a lot in the report. This is not 3 times a year, is it? It's consistently every Saturday. Just, Dom, if I could get your point of view on that.
Councillor Tim, netball is the biggest participatory sport that we have.
Thanks, Councillor. Certainly that is the case from a female participation perspective, and I don't want to offend the female touch football participants because they're very, very similar in numbers, but netball as a female participation sport is a very, very high participation sport in our region and across the country, so that is correct. It is every Saturday, more or less from the months of March through to September.
No, just thanks, Dom. Just wanting clarification on that. But Chair, I was briefed on the TMR project. There's a few good things in it, but you know there was a few negatives as well, and it was kind of a take it or leave it. This was one of the things that I wasn't personally excited about. Same with speed limits being reduced, but you know it was a take it or leave it. There wasn't a would you like this? So anyway, I suppose I agree with Councillor James that we need to get what we can. But thanks, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. It is their road. With respect to Councillor Melissa, is it on parking, Councillor Bill?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I need to go, but just a quick question and a comment. I don't fully understand the parameters of which they're looking to make Ruthven Street safe, but I ask, is there an opportunity for council to ask for indent parking on the eastern, what I would call the eastern side of Ruthven Street for a start? Yes, we'll lose a few street trees, but replantings. And the reason why I ask that is because I'm not really sure that we're getting like for like, because I drive past at any given hour of the day on any day, and there are cars parked along Ruthven Street, and I gather that there are workers' cars across the road. So if we lose those along Ruthven Street, where are they going to go? They're not going to go over here to Donahue Street. So I don't think we're getting a like-for-like deal here. I would like us to possibly investigate the opportunity of indent parking along that eastern side of Ruthven Street for the full boundary of Nellie Robinson. Sensitive that there are some more mature trees in a couple of spots there, but also if we take a longer term vision or view, we're not losing the usability within the road corridor of those parks that are more widely utilised than on a Saturday morning sport. So that's my comments. Don't know, they may not be able to do that, but I think we should ask the question. Anyway, I need to
like to comment on that. There is a rise there.
Council's officers have been quite involved with the urban safety project all the last couple of years as team moved this sort of along this journey. Your suggestion along there has been considered as one option. Councillor Carl. The difficulties are everything from, we've got bus stops and traffic lights and all sorts of things going in, which has restrictions. There's lots and lots of utilities in the road corridor, so widening the road or anything like that would be extremely expensive. We have looked at an option, and the topography there up to the courts is actually quite reasonably slopey, a significant slope. It's not flat thing. There could be, with the loss of some trees and stuff, a level of parking included in that bottom area, but that would be an additional car spaces again, and would take a fair bit of consideration of what's there and impact on tree roots and the like. So it's not, you'd lose some of your parkland aesthetics by trying to interweave a car park into that space as well. But that said, if that would be a decision of council.
We need to be sensitive about that. I agree, but I would assume that it'd be TMR's cost, all not ours, all within that road reserve.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. That land, if you're familiar with it, goes up, and then the trees are, you know, it's sort of a barrier and for the playing fields. Councillor Kerry, is yours around parking or?
It was, but it was about indentation at that Councillor Bill.
Okay. Are you familiar with the way the ground goes up there? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Mine isn't about parking, but I will concur with Councillor Bill's comments just then, and we have discussed it because that was exactly where my head was at. And I hate cutting trees down. I hate it. But for the safety of people who are parking on Ruthven Street, it may have to be a consideration because those loss of car parks will affect people who are working in that area because, as Councillor Bill said, they won't walk up to that new parking area. So, and I know it's slopey, I understand that, but is there an option that we can at least look at something? Because at the end of the day, we are worse off by losing those 77 car parks along there. So I just think it's something that we need to consider and propose to TMR that a closer look be taken at that area.
Mike, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, should council resolve that way? Yeah, we can take that forward to them.
Don't have to do anything.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks, General Manager, sorry. Chair, I will have a supplementary though, but I note that on slide 11, in the presentation from TMR back in July or June, there was is a proposal to decrease the speed limit from James Street to Audley Street to 50 kilometres an hour. I would like to add a number 5 to the officer's recommendation that council request TMR to review the proposal to reduce the speed limit in Ruthven Street from 60 to 50 kilometres between James Street and Audley Street and keep the speed limit at 60 kilometres an hour. That is a main highway. There is no pedestrian crossing there that needs to be considered with a reduction of the speed limit. We have other streets in Toowoomba that will hold less traffic or hold more traffic, but are still 60 kilometres an hour and won't be reduced to 50 kilometres an hour. I think it will be perceived by the public as a revenue-raising exercise, and for the safety of people travelling along there, I think 60 kilometres is a better solution than dropping it to 50 kilometres an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Again, that can be obviously a resolution of council, if so wish. That said, there is, when we talk about pedestrian crossing, there's no zebra type crossings, but there are at Perth Street and at the signalised intersections, there's obviously signalised pedestrian crossings that exist through there. The other reasoning, obviously we have quite a number of opportunities for persons to turn off and turn onto Ruthven Street through there, be it out of motels or be it from adjoining streets, just one, South Street or something, that's quite a busy little intersection, those sorts of things. And so what does happen is, because there's no right turn, there's not the width to have right turn bays, there is quite a number of rear end collisions. That's one of the factors that sort of bringing speed down also helps in reaction times and different things to that, to how drivers utilise a section of road. That said, the suggested resolution, should council wish to take that forward, obviously can also be requested of TMR. That's council's prerogative. Thank you.
Just a question, Mike. There is a proposed signalised pedestrian crossing at Donahue. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Melissa?
I've got nothing to add unless you want to go into debate, but I would like number 5 added to their office.
So I'll exhaust the questions first, if you don't mind. Councillor Carey, did you still have a comment, or has yours been addressed? Thank you very much. Councillor Jeff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just wondering, perhaps, I just don't have a record of the map that I know that TMR did provide us, what they were doing sometime. That might be useful to include in this, because we've referenced it so often. I just trying to recall whether we spoke about bus drop-offs or drop-offs in that. Was that mentioned in the mapping? And if so, where was that, Mike? Can you just recall, through you, Madam Chair?
Yeah, in respect to bus stops, in and around Donahue Street intersection, so one on either side of the road, will be formalised bus pull-over areas. So which goes to significant assistance, not just for the use of the park, but for obviously use by elderly in that area, which I think is a great outcome. I think that signalisation of Donahue Street in itself, for the residents that live there and the users in that area will be, keenly used.
If I could just say, Donahue Street itself is very steep, and from people from the aged care facility down there, it's quite a steep right. And at the moment, and it was only put in there in the life of this term of council, there's a covered, sheltered bus stop, but it's further to the north, so they have to walk up past the McDonald's and whatever to have a sit down there. So it's not ideal the way it is at the moment. So thanks.
Yeah, so thank you. It's a balance of all things, isn't it, in regard to this? So just in regard to the amount that we've landed on, through you, Madam Chair, to Michael, to Gavin, 865,000, how was that determined?
Simply, it's just a proportion of the estimate for the overall car park project. So it's 52.4%, being where we're losing 77 car parks, and we're building 147 nominally for 1.65 million. So it's the proportion of that.
So if I could, Madam Chair, would that be where TMR came up with the $500,000 initially? Because we estimate it would be $1 million.
I don't know particularly. I think it was just more of a nominal amount.
No, I think it was.
Okay. Look, I'm not sure of the history, but as I said, this has been in discussion for the last couple of years, the work there in Ruthven Street. So that may have been some conversations at an officer level that like this project's been in the public realm as something that we'd be doing for some time, for a number of years. It's been our 10-year capital works program, Don, and Nellie Robinson Park. So parks have been always included in conversations as this has evolved over the last couple of years. So it's probably, that's where it probably originated from, is probably where that office came from initially.
Initially they have.
Yeah.
So it's not an unreasonable request then to have that 50% amount. I guess what may have been useful, and depending how the vote goes today, is to have almost like a chart, if you like, of the pros and cons of what's happening, what benefits there are to the community, albeit now we've heard of the bus stop, which I think is a bonus for those areas. There will be a net increase of car parks, albeit we'd love to see another zero on the end of that and have 700 car parks, but that's impractical. It would be useful in this case to have a map of the TMR design, just because this is a public record now, this document, whereas the briefing sessions aren't, and how we come to this arrangement. So here's the upshot of it, here's the challenges, this is why we've landed on that, and the issues and risks highlighted to a degree, but it would be easier to see if it was in some sort of a table, if that was something worth doing.
Jeff, the percentage is there. It's explained how they've come to that.
You know, I'm more thinking about the non-financial things as well, Councillor Carroll, because you mentioned, the bus stop, which isn't there now, will be an added benefit, and I think for the community to know what the end game is, the timing of this, how critical it is to have less impact, is mentioned in the report. But just to identify, well, here's what the, keeping in mind TMR don't have to give anything as well.
Give us anything,
so we need to, highlight the community what we're asking for, what the end game is here, and the benefits more broadly, if or when this happens.
Excuse me. Councillors, we've exhausted questions, unless you wanted to answer that, Mike, and perhaps that's something for next week to adjust. Put that map in and...
should council wish that,
yeah.
we'd be happy to request
I think it would be
for a concept design that they'd be happy to have in the public realm, and come back with an attachment maybe to the report that would have that, and as you say, tabulise pros and cons.
Thank you. Councillor Megan, this is the last, because there is a recommendation there. We will either go with that or have an alternate recommendation. So this is the last comment. Questions? Thanks.
Just a clarification about something I think that you said, Madam Chair, about a new footpath to Kmart. Is that, I can't see that.
The people in Donaghy Street since 2008, and I've been here, have had no way really to get all the way to Kmart, and not on a grade or anything else that's right. With a crossing, it's just a personal comment of mine, with the crossing over to Ruthven Street onto the eastern side, they now will have a footpath all the way up to Kmart, and that has been one of the issues with some of those residents. Thank you. So the recommendations there, councillors, I'm in your hands. Bearing in mind we need to finish at 12. Thank you, Councillor Melissa.
Yes, I would propose that we add a number 5, if so be it. Oh, yes, sorry, Wendy, didn't see that. Thank you.
Yes, I think, is that suitable, Councillor Melissa? Between James and Alderley it is. Thank you. So moved, Councillor Melissa, with the addition of 5, and seconded Councillor Tim.
Madam Chair, I just want to ask a question if we're not in favour of this addition.
Well, it is the motion because it's only committee, so it is the motion at this point. That's right, Brian, isn't it? Yes, but you can. We can vote on that as it is. If it's not supported by a majority, then you can move a recommendation, an amendment. So it's moved, Councillor Melissa, seconded Councillor Tim, as it is there with the 5 conditions or recommendations. Councillor Melissa, did you want to speak to that?
No, I believe I've spoken.
Okay, thank you. Against, Councillor James?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I know we are short on time, but look, I spoke a little bit about this earlier. My concern with this is, look, I understand the balance and I understand what we have to do, and I very much understand that this is a decision that is that of DTMR. So I totally get that. I'm well understanding of the situation with it. But when I look at it, as said, is we have to try and get the best result that we feel is the best for our community. So we've heard a number of times here this morning that there will be 77 spaces lost. We'll gain 147. But the important part for me about the 147 that we gain was that we planned to add this additional 147 well before DTMR signalled to do this, therefore meaning that we felt we needed, at minimum, another 147. So we're going to lose 77. So maths tells me, so we're only gaining 70. And we've been talking about all these side streets and where they're going. We know where they're going to go. We know what's going to happen. So I just think we need to push back on this and request that DTMR minimise the amount of parking spaces lost in this upgrade. And I'll foreshadow, that's the motion that I'm going towards, is that, so we'll foreshadow if this motion is defeated, is that council requests that DTMR minimise.
Well, we'll just see how that goes. Speaker 4.
Just to add it in, sorry, if I can continue, Madam Chair, sorry, but also, and again, it's around the funding amount as well. I know, again, as I said, that they don't have to contribute anything, but I mean, I think we need to try and get, again, the best outcome that we can. And the 500,000 or the 865,000, yes, whilst that might equate to half, it's still going to cost us more money down the track anyway, because we're still short. And also, we own that land, don't we? So, there's, you know, like, I mean, it's our so there's, yeah, I just think we're,
Which
I
land,
think it's
Councillor
underdone,
Jones?
where we're building the car, where this proposed car park that's in our capital work. So the offer is underdone, in my opinion. And I think this is an opportunity for we as a council to push back and try and get the best possible outcome. Because again, at the end of the day, we know what's going to happen into the future with the loss of these parks, the amenity around those areas. We heard the numbers of people that are playing sport there. It's not a once a year Christmas Day thing. It's happening every weekend. And then on top of that, the additional parking that's out there as of on your normal day. So I think it's grossly underdone, and I think we need to push back strongly to get the best outcome that we can for our community. So that's why I vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor James. But Councillor Melissa and Councillor Tim, would you accept that as another condition, another recommendation?
Yes, I was going to speak to that, Madam Chair, if I may. Councillor O'Shea, would you be happy if...
And just a seconder, if I might just check with the seconder.
I'll just hear what Councillor
Okay, thank you.
So I liked your wording of minimising the impact...
The loss.
Or the loss, minimise, sorry, the loss of the 77 car park. And would you like something put in there that TMR revisit or review a car park plan? I don't know the wording, Mike, you might need to help me with that one, but have a look at something to replace what is lost in that area.
Look,
Would you be happy if we added something like that, Councillor O'Shea?
I think what you're requesting here is to review. That's fine. I don't think it's appropriate of us to be asking them to plan our car parking if we think there's other car parking. If you want something else to be drafted up in regards to other areas for future car parking, that's obviously I think something we've got to take on board from a council perspective. But I mean, requesting them to review or to minimise the loss of car parking, that's reasonable of council to ask that. But that's why they're are looking at making a contribution. It's not, the state doesn't sort of get involved with the actual design phase of stuff on our land, so to speak, unnecessarily.
So, yep.
I think we know what the outcome's going to be in regards to this, but I mean, I think it's the stance that we take with it. And this is where I might get a bit of opposition. I'm actually in favour of asking them for full freight, the 1.56 or whatever it was, to be honest. Because as I said, there's mitigating circumstances that come with what we're requesting as well.
We have a recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. Does the seconder support the change? Thank you. So, Wendy, Brian's just helping Wendy word it.
Yeah, to review.
If we could just wait a moment. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to get it sorted.
I will be late for the...
Yes, I know, but can we just have a look at that? Everyone? just, do we need to add the amount that we're requesting as in the, for the car park we are already building, as in the 800? Is it there? Yeah, number 1. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm having trouble with my glasses, thanks. Sorry, so are we happy with that?
So can I ask, are you going to make that last sentence number 1 and then drop all the other numbers down? Or make that number 6?
Number 6, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Number 6, I think. We need to be a little bit careful here, councillors, that we don't end up with nothing, is the issue.
You can ask.
Yeah, but we might end up with nothing. At the end of the day, there it is, councillors. I've got a mover, we've got a seconder. Is there any opposition for debate? No?
Madam Chair.
Well, speak against it, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Simon. Thank you. I think we've had speakers for, so you're quite welcome to speak against.
I don't feel that we are being true to our community when we judged that we needed, the maximum we could get was 147 car parks. And then suddenly someone's come along with some money and we'll go, oh, well, 77 will be okay. I get that there's other things that are great things that are coming, like the signalisation there for O'Donoghue Street. I get all of that, but to my mind, they were going to do that anyway, and we're ending up with a subpar result for our community.
It's their road, Councillor O'Hara-Simon.
When we judged that we needed 147, or what would be great would be 147. Now we're saying, well, okay, we'll make do with 77 because we're getting this other stuff. Okay. You know, we're taking away from that sporting community.
The road itself is TMR, state-controlled road. Councillor Tim, did you want to speak for it?
Yeah, thanks,
Thank
Chair. I will just acknowledge the concerns across the table here, and I totally understand where you're coming from, I really do. We've got a position here where TMR's got Ruthven Street. They're trying to do, as their study suggests, is best for it. They've told us, and we're the ones in the community who have got to get the best outcomes for the community, the netball players, the houses who live next door, the whole lot. So we've been told this is happening, and our job is to try and bargain, get the best we can out of it. I agree, I saw the plans for this car park a lot earlier than when TMR's plans were announced. I think when we start to say, hey, could you minimise the use of losing car parks, can you come to the party on a little bit, can we do some things, and we actually get a bargaining chip. If we start saying, can we have all of these things, I think they'll just go no and say, we're doing it. So we might as well try and get what we can for our community, but I totally acknowledge your point, but speak for the motion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Is there anyone speaking against the motion? That being the case, I'll put the motion. It's moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded Councillor Tim McMahon, as it's written there. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you, it's carried. Thank you. I think we'll break for lunch now. Thank you. Adjourn until 1:30, is it? Okay, can we move? Councillor Tim, Councillor Melissa, those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, CEO and Mayor and Councillor CEO and Mike, General Managers too, Mike Brady, Stuart Summers, and our CEO, Wendy, and Brendan down the back, and Rodney. So we move on now to item number 5. Thank you. Just resuming the Infrastructure Committee meeting for September after the lunch break, and we move on to number 5. Item number 5 on the agenda, the proposed Toowoomba e-devices implementation. I'll hand over to the report's been authored by Haida Youssef, and I'll ask Mike and Rodney to introduce it. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, councillors. So this afternoon we came to council in the last few months, probably going back last year and earlier this year, as a lead into where we are today, and then pending the outcome of the consultation, that was the last resolution of council to go through and do that, and to look at the project a little bit more deeply, and look at the pros and cons of whether we wish to continue moving forward at each of these steps along the way, along this journey. So this report comes to you today where we're at a point whether we wish to go forward into a trial or put a hold, and the recommendation obviously, as you've all seen, is to put it into a hold at this stage. There's a number of reasons for that. Between Rod and myself, I'll explain our views there. That said, obviously it's council's choice at the end of the day of where you wish to go. I might hand now just across to Rod to go through in a little bit more detail, and then.
Thanks, Mr. Brady. Thanks, Rod.
Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon, councillors. Mike's covered it pretty well. I guess we've certainly been through a lot of background here. In recent years, we have been approached by a number of suppliers wishing to explore the opportunity to implement their products in Toowoomba, as they have in many other regional cities as well as Brisbane. We've certainly been through a number of information sessions and previous reports to even get us to this particular point. And at this point, there could have been an option to perhaps proceed with a procurement exercise to understand more about the details of what a trial would consist of for consideration in December. But as Mike said, the recommendation is to just hold at this point in time, primarily because there is a fairly significant change to the legislation relating to e-devices coming in November. And basically a lot of those changes in the legislation could well address many of the concerns that have been raised through consultation at this time. So in terms of what we have done to present the report today, we've certainly done a market sounding to understand who the available suppliers are, would be for us in this exercise should we proceed to a trial procurement phase. We've also undertaken some fairly extensive community engagement that is well reported in here. I believe it was probably one of the most popular community engagement exercises ever conducted on the Have Your Say website, which is probably evidence of the interest in the community around these devices. It would be fair to say that the feedback from those the community engagement was fairly balanced in terms of for and against, with some differences between age groups and demographics. Certainly any particular forums or stakeholders, there was, I guess, support or understanding of a trial. But I guess the general feedback there is that it's balanced. Those who are supportive of devices would like to see a trial. Those who have concerns about the devices would be reluctant to see a trial. Certainly the market sounding process indicated that there could be 3 or 4, if not more, suppliers who would be interested in participating, should council wish to proceed at this point. I don't know there's a lot of merit in going through all of the details in engagement and those sorts of issues. Certainly in terms of risk management matters, there are a number of matters that can be dealt with through an operating agreement with a provider, whether for a trial or for longer services in future. And certainly these operating agreements have been used as common practice amongst Brisbane City and a number of other councils, some of whom have been prepared to share those with us, and we've hence tried to bring together a best of breed in that respect to have ready if or when we might proceed. So I think the financial issues are probably where we're starting to come stuck at this point in time. Considering the scale of trial, which would seem to make sense for Toowoomba, there's a certain amount of revenue that a trial could generate. But again, it's another example of we would need, I guess, somebody to be able to manage that operating contract moving forward. So by the time you look at the revenue and the expenditure side of the things, it's pretty much break even, if not a little bit cost negative to council in terms of proceeding with the trial. So I guess the real issue here is the timing of this. At this point, we're suggesting, for the reasons that are provided in the recommendation, that we not proceed to trial at this point, but to consider it perhaps in 6, 9, 12 months' time, after the changes to the road rules have come through, and hopefully the ongoing education and awareness of those changes, should we do further community engagement, that time might indicate more support for proceeding with the trial at that time. Mike, I think that's about all I would say.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, councillors. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Hyder, in his absence, for the report. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks, and thanks to the team for talking us through that. Look, I appreciate there will be many questions, and I'll probably have some too, and there's an officer recommendation. But Chair, could I foreshadow an alternate motion that straight up council proceed with the trial of e-scooters in line with phase 1B of the strategy? I think that's the right wording, Mike. So council proceed with the trial of e-scooters in line with phase 1B of the strategy.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So do you want to move that, councillor? Because there's a recommendation there, but there's no recommendation, so to speak. So if you want to move that, that's
thanks,
fine.
Chair. I'd
Thank
like
you.
to move that.
Have you got that, Wendy? Sorry, councillor Tim, can you just say that again,
that's all right,
please?
Chair.
Just pause for a moment. Mike will help with the... Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan.
Hang on, what have we got there? Sorry, Chair. Taking the proposed phase
The
1B.
General Manager sent out or had composed a alternate motion there. So before we start debating, I just open it up to questions.
Hang on, Chair. Sorry, just with this motion, the whole second part of that isn't something I said. I just was wanting clarification from the GM about why I don't want a further report. I think I'm prepared to go straight to a trial.
Sorry, have you got a budget in mind, councillor?
No, that's my motion, Chair, that council endorse phase 1B in line with the strategy for a trial of e-devices. So that the second half to the GM, I'm just wondering if you think that's needed.
Budget? Or the second half. Thanks, Mike.
First of all, apologies, councillor, if I've caused confusion there. It's your motion, so what you want to put there. I suppose on the idea that something may happen, like a request like this, I put forward a draft today, what would be a helpful direction forward if you wanted to go in the affirmative. Because the phase 1B in the e-device trial, there was the intention, as the report indicates, that we'd come back later this year to say you'd see the cost of it all and all those outcomes. So that's why it indicates a second report in November.
Sorry, I wasn't aware of the idea that we needed to come back to council again and revote to go to the trial. I thought we were voting on that today. Can I just have clarification from the GM on that? Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, there just needs to be a budget for it, Councillor Tim.
Yeah.
I guess if we refer to the background of the officer's report, phase 1B is about undertaking a competitive tender process to engage or to identify a supplier that meets the needs and aligns with our values in this area, and to undertake a time-limited trial to inform council of how that operates. So phase 1B would need the costs of actually putting the documents together to carry out that competitive tender process. The documents then in terms of the operating agreement, which we do have a draft at the moment, but then also to supervise that trial and to work with that provider or multiple providers if that's the case, to undertake and assess and report back on the trial at the end of the day. So whilst we do have a range of external stakeholders supporting this, the process is being run through a contracted provider to us, and it is additional to our operational plan in terms of budget at this point in time.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Rod. I suppose I don't want us to come back and re-prosecute all of this in November, Chair, and that we could sign off. My motion is that we sign off on the trial, and then that we have probably a report, as you've noted, talking through the tender process. Is that what you've proposed, Mike?
Yeah. I suppose the key reason is that we don't have a budget for this project, and to date we've been doing it within the operational budget of TNDP, the work to date. There will be a cost to continue to go forward with this. We can guesstimate a cost, but as noted in this report, but until we actually get tenders in and see the actual costs and what the revenues might be and what it's going to cost to manage it, we don't have that available to us. So this is and once, as you know, once we go to tender, there's an expectation of industry that you are moving forward with that project, be it this or any other project. So the aim would be to confirm with council the budgetary implications of any forward direction in this project should we end up going with it.
Yeah, okay, and sorry to hold the floor, Chair, I appreciate your patience. I just think, Mike, in 6 months' time when you're proposing, we're not going to have a budget either. Like, what does it matter now or then, really? But no, Chair, I'm happy with that, the officer's recommendation of that second line in there, that we come back and look at it in November if it needs to happen.
Yes, it comes down to the fact that it has to go up with everything else that's subject to budgetary considerations, and that's how we do it.
What's operational budget, isn't it? Anyway, look, that's the motion.
So I guess our operational budget is there to provide the outcomes that we report monthly in our operational plan reporting for transport planning. E-micro-mobility is obviously an initiative that could be linked to the sustainable transport strategy, and perhaps in a way the work that we have already done to date is an example of implementing an action plan towards a particular component of that STS. So yes, we have funded it as part of the STS, but it was probably not amongst the priority implementation plans that we were envisaging when setting up that structure. We have regional freight action plans, a whole raft of other action plans that are needed to support that STS. At the moment, we've just simply given this priority to get to the point we've got to now. But should we proceed further, it'll detract from our ability to deliver those other objectives for sure.
Well, Chair, I'm happy with that motion, provided the seconder is. Thank you.
And Councillor McMahon, you need to provide reasons. The CEO has just said there needs to be reasons provided.
Chair, I can talk to it in debate, or do you want that now?
To go into the...
I
believe. I'll ask the CEO to comment. Thanks.
Just when an officer makes a recommendation under the Act, you have, if there's an alternate recommendation that's not in accordance with the officer's recommendation, the opposite of it basically, you need a just to state your reasons, and that's council's. You're quite entitled to state any reasons you like, but you'll just need reasons there that support the recommendation.
Okay, well, that's the sustainable transport strategy. I think the information in the report that suggests we should and that it is a trial that can be recouped at any time or after we see the results of it.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. It's been seconded by Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Now, before we go into debate, there's a question from Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. I was just wondering, Rod, if we could go to page 249 of Board Books, looking at the survey age groups. Just my perception, I could be wrong, that the popularity of the e-scooters is with teenagers, late teenagers, that 15 to 19 group. The percentage surveyed was only 1.94, whereas older groups are far more, feature far more than those groups. I was just wondering what was the logic there in favouring middle-aged and older people rather than the people that are most likely to be using the e-scooters, please.
Mike or Rodney, thank you.
I might just flag you to the bottom of page, sorry, councillors.
248?
No, just coming back into the report. It's the bottom of page 227 of 300. Yeah, 227.
Okay, yes, there's a good synopsis there.
It's just a quick breakdown of that age demographic. The 61% were under the age of 55. Obviously, however, the overall response is 46 to 54. But
well, 54 did not
when you go to the top of the next page, in the user demographic under 55, over 60% of that grouping were positive, as in supporting the trial. So that most probable user group, I won't say the only, anybody can use these. Ultimately, there is, reasonably strong support overall to that, and I suppose what the survey showed was quite, a level of risk adverseness with our older demographic, and concerns about what could happen, what they probably see on the news, and what we see in the newspapers from time to time. There've been a couple of recent incidences, and that seemed to come out the strongest in the survey. I also note the other key point in the survey was the lack of knowledge, I think, in the road rules coming around scooters. Only a quarter of those surveyed actually indicated they knew what the rules were, and and then another 50% said they knew those rules somewhat. So you've got about 2/3, 3/4 of the population not really knowing what the rules around scooters on the road network really are. And that in itself, that confusion, that's one of the reasons why we believe that if the state government actually puts a bit of an education program behind the new rule changes, that would be very helpful and help provide a more informed public out there in regards to what the rules are when it comes to these sorts of devices.
Thank you, Mike. Councillors, any more questions, clarifications? A question, Councillor Harrison? Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mike, just help me understand what the financial implications. I thought that I read in the report that it was cost neutral.
Don't know that.
What I'm saying is it's at best, sorry, Councillor, what I'm suggesting in there, and then we're on page 232 of 300, is that from an operational resource point of view, and I think Rod sort of explained that, it's going to take we believe in the order of a half FTE or more to manage this contract, and particularly there will be a lot of feedback to council, both positive and negative, coming in that we will have to manage and deal with and respond to. And that's going to take pathways and the like. That's going to take a fair bit of officer time. And then with that, unfortunately, there will probably be the odd incident or two, which again will take another level of officer time and that to deal with, because irrespective of the contractual arrangements that we will enter into or would enter into, there's council will be drawn into many of, if there is insurance claims or the like, which they all take time. And in respect to the revenue side of the equation, yes, there's a fee, an annual fee paid, and then there's a fee per e-device seems to be the general contractual arrangements that are entered into by others. And we've used the dollars here based on our knowledge of what's sort of happening in industry currently. And this may or may not be 100%, you know, these aren't figures. What we're indicating here, the best financial position for council should this initiative go forward is potentially a break-even outcome. However, there's other risks there that could add to council's operational costs. So, albeit in running the program or the initiative, or others such as having to deal with. Getting up and running. So getting this going in the first place, obviously initial cost, but going forward. So that's financially, that's what we're indicating at the moment. And at this stage, obviously, until you go to tender, you don't know what the exact financial positions are likely to be, or those costs.
Okay. Any other questions, clarifications, councillors, before we go into debate? Councillor Jeff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Mike. Just in regard to the conversation before around you go to tender and then we'll have a better idea on it, and you're suggesting that might be the next phase, that we actually move with what we are, and that's what the recommendation says. By that stage, the rules would have been in, I'd imagine, November? Parallel. So perhaps it's around that timing, if this was to be in there, and perhaps it's the motion says that that it is not before the rules of or the regulation is embedded. So those that have e-devices now, they're using them, they will have to abide by those rules.
Yeah, private owners have to.
So I just wouldn't want to create something that we don't need to create. Whereas if it was time that, or in the motion that we commence after those rules are in place, that may be the case anyway. We're just about in October now.
And
so
if I could just say before Mike answers that, but he mentioned before that we've got every hope that the state government may have an education program around that, which is their rules. So that would be helpful as well, I think.
Most definitely, and I think that's why we've indicated November as a critical time point. The state has indicated that the new regulatory changes are coming into force from November forward. The exact date in November we're not 100% sure of. So by the time this goes through to council in a couple of months in November, if that's where council goes today, that's about 3/4 of the way through November. So at that time we'd have a very good idea, and council could then, if council was then satisfied to continue to move forward, the start date of any trial council could obviously call at that point in time too.
And obviously any procurement would be done in knowledge of those changing requirements coming through as well.
Yeah, so I guess, Madam Chair, where I'm leading to, and perhaps the mover of the motion might think that through, is that we continue with this checkpoint, the next checkpoint, which is the tender, the change of the rules, and it comes back to council then. The reason I say that is we'll get a clear indication of what costs there actually will be, and at the moment we're unsure. So I guess by today saying we'll continue on to that next phase, gives us a clearer picture financially of what that would be, and we'll also have a greater understanding of our own financial capacity by that stage as well, having gone through an operational quarterly plan and a BR sorry Jack, budget review. So yeah, it may be some wording in there that might touch on those things, which covers off on the timing.
I think it'd be helpful if there was a little bit of time between when the rules came in, changed, and signage went up and whatever. I don't know, but that's just how I feel. Councillor Tim, it's your motion. Did you want to put something in there?
Go back to the motion, please, that we've put there. Undertaking the proposed one bit. Look, I think that further report will get us to where we need to be, Chair. And if we need to talk about budgets in that report, I don't actually, Chair, want to talk about the outcomes of stakeholder engagement in a November report. I think we're doing that today. So the only change I'd perhaps make is remove the part about stakeholder engagement and market sounding, and perhaps put budget in its place.
Well, I don't know. I think it's up to the council whether they revisit that or not. At that time, they would ask if they wanted to do that. You can't prescribe that in a
The council
motion.
endorsed undertaking the proposed Phase 1B procurement need device trial, noting this will take into consideration budget requirements for report to council in November 2022. Councillor, to just ask the Finance and Business Strategy councillors if they think that might.
And Councillor Megan is the seconder of that motion.
So, Chair, that's as the motion is. I don't need to talk anymore. In a further report?
Probably the only thing, Madam Chair, through you, is whether, dependent on those regulations that come in November, but you're confident that will be, just depends on timing.
Sometime, but we have no idea when.
Timing for when that might hit from a cycle of council meetings.
Yeah, we're based on what TMO has said today, that those should be in from November, sometime November 4th, and hopefully the government of the day puts a bit of education behind that.
Okay. So do we need to go into debate, councillors? Yes? Councillor Tim? Sorry, before we do that, is any more questions, clarifications needed? No? Okay, so Councillor Tim?
Thank you, Chair. You're doing a tremendous job chairing, I must say, putting up with the riffraff. But thanks, everyone. I would love the opportunity to sum up on this. Look, we, today in our ISG committee, we had a sustainable transport strategy that we all endorsed and raved about a couple of hours ago. Now, some of the headings in that we all thought were great: regional connectivity, positioned for future growth, leveraging future mobility in things like e-scooters, cars off-road, sustainability and getting our carbon emissions down by the use of less cars. Further than that, we have massive issues with parking in our CBD, and we're trying to walk into this thing of a sustainable transport future in Toowoomba region, and we all rave about the report. Oh yeah, that's great, sign off on the strategy, and then 2 hours later, here's how we're going to do it, and everyone says, oh no, that's too hard. And actually, I can't help but mention the conflict or the paradox of so highly endorsing a sustainable transport strategy and then the negativity around how we're going to do it. That report also said that 62% of car trips in Toowoomba region are 1 to 5 kilometres. Now, putting e-scooters that would help with those 1 to 5 kilometre trips, especially in and around the CBD, I think does great things for, if you've ever driven from here to, I don't know, Queen's Park through Margaret Street, it takes me 15 minutes through the CBD. An e-scooter, I think, would solve a lot of those problems and be in line with our strategy. I would also like to pick up on this report, and I mean, certainly no disrespect at all to the officers, but in my opinion, the reasons for the recommendation are contrary to the recommendation. in the reasons for the recommendation in item 5 today, whilst community opinion appears divided, many of the concerns raised have been addressed by operators in other locations and can be addressed by ongoing education awareness in the road rules. So that, to me, the reason for recommendation is saying we really should do it, and then the recommendation says we shouldn't do it, and I find that report contradictory as well. Going down into the stakeholder engagement, and I have dissected it a fair bit, to my point, the biggest thing that stuck out of that is that 75% of people who answered that don't actually know the rules. Now, there are some rapid changes coming in, halving the speed limits, all those safety recommendations. There are all sorts of technological advancements with GPS, tracking where it can and can't go and all the rest of it. Of course, I've heard the concerns of the community. I would put it in the drunk areas and the drink driving late at night. You can GPS track that. You can do all sorts of amazing things. And the onus is therefore on the scooter hire and not council. I actually don't like the argument of we don't have a budget for it or what's it going to cost and all that. We've heard from the General Manager that the trial will raise revenue and that overall this project is looking to be a break-even initiative for council, keeping in mind that the third-party person bears the cost of this. We can look to, it's not going to cost council anything in the long run. It's a break-even situation for council. But I think the main thing is this is just a trial. This is not now and forevermore e-scooters in Toowoomba region. We bring them in line with the policy, and if they don't work, we have a look at it then. And if we have hospitalisations and we have issues going on and people are up in arms, then we look at it with the data in a proper approach with the data post the trial happening. I'd like to mention that this morning when I went to Ground Up to get a coffee, there was a few people sitting there at the tables at Ground Up who had bought their own e-scooters into the CBD. Now, we're in a phase of history where everyone's buying their own. They're easily accessible, and the private use scooters aren't the same requirements as council-owned assets. They can go as fast as they want. They can do all sorts of things and modify them. And so if they're driving them into the CBD because they can't get a park or they want to get a coffee or whatever and parking their scooter next to their little cafe table and then going off on their scooter when they're done, it makes sense that council, as the one who looks after the CBD and the infrastructure, should regulate it. And I really commend the fact that, council regulation of this growing trend is probably the best way forward. So, look, I think that we can make this work. I think we can look positively at the cost and those kind of issues. I think we get the data on the other end of a trial, and if it's a train wreck, we don't go any further. But I'd like to see the data on that, and I think we owe it to ourselves to have a trial. These laws are significant that help the situation, and I look forward to them being implemented in a really user-friendly pedestrian and e-scooter harmonious relationship. So, Chair, that's why I'd like us to go to the trial. Thank everyone for letting me sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. I would just might point out that private e-scooter owners will be subject to the state government incoming laws. Against, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we all know that the e-scooters aren't going anywhere and that this is a transport trend that will continue into the future. The question that I think we need to think about today is timing. And there's a few factors that I think we need to give some more thought to. The first is that currently the rules are a bit of a mess. Across jurisdictions, there's a lot of change happening at the moment, and I think give this a couple more months or a year and we'll have much greater clarity, and that will be really instructive for this council. Second of all, no less than 3 universities at the moment are conducting studies into trauma associated with e-scooters. Now, some of those relate to emergency department presentations. We all know emergency departments at the moment are absolutely stretched. This isn't helping the situation. Brains don't recover from brain trauma. So those universities are looking into what the longer term effects of some of these injuries that are being sustained are. Once we know a little bit more from those studies, again, we'll be in a better position to make an informed decision. Lastly, there's the insurance and the legal aspect. And I'm sure we know of at least one individual who lives in our community who was on an e-scooter in a different city through no fault of their own, hit a piece of a footpath that was chipped. It came off, and they were only doing 5 or 6 kilometres an hour. Ended up in emergency, ended up with some significant facial injuries. And the contractor immediately took up that matter with the local government, and the local government was sued. So if all of us are comfortable here with the state of our footpaths and can hand on our heart say that this isn't a risk, I'd be pretty surprised. I think that we really need to do some work and consider what the legal and insurance and the financial implications would be of the state of our footpath network and how that relates to the scooters as well. So I just think that for now, we acknowledge that the e-scooters, they're not going anywhere. They will be something that will come back to this council for consideration. The question is a matter of timing. Is now the right time to push ahead? I would suggest to you absolutely not. And if this recommendation fails, I foreshadow moving the officer's original recommendation.
Thank you. Just a comment. I'd just like Mike or Rodney to comment on. Toowoomba Regional Council has a policy where local law where skateboards and bikes and things like that can't be ridden on our footpaths in the CBD on certain streets. What would happen here? Sorry, councillors, to interrupt the debate, but I just think it'd be helpful to have clarification around that.
So there's no proposal at this point in time to review our local law under which the riding of those vehicles on certain footpaths in the CBD is restricted. Certainly a trial might need to consider what signage, perhaps some signage improvements but also part of the GPS positioning and control of the devices as well, that they would simply not work on those footpaths that are currently banned under the local law.
Thank you very much, Rod. 4, Councillor Megan.
Turn myself off, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. I too feel like we talked this morning extensively about our sustainable transport strategy, and that's all about mobility. So what changes if we don't do this? Nothing changes, because we're not gaining sort of bike riders, or all that's increasing is people in their cars, maybe a few more people walking. So I know we talk about is now the time, but if not now, when? Like, we can find a million reasons not to do something, and all of the things that we do. But we are a growing up city. We are evolving. We've got a beautiful parks that are too far really probably to walk between, and Carnival of Flowers is a perfect time where people could be riding, accessing our beautiful parks, and we've got a fairly reasonably flat city. It just feels like we're kind of in a backwater in Toowoomba, when right down the road in Brisbane, you've got people buzzing around on the river, and people all throughout our city and over to the university and everywhere like that. Like, we can grow up, we're in line with the state government, and we don't know whether the state government's going to do an education piece around the law changes. We don't know that, so we can sort of say, oh, well, we'll see whether they do that, and then there'll be another roadblock and another one and another one. So if we're serious about sustainable transport, this is a huge, huge piece that has changed since 2014, when our sustainable transport study was brought in. This is the really big thing that's changed. And I would urge my colleagues to trial it, because we know that it's going to be cost neutral, or we think it's going to be cost neutral, or good as, and let's get on with it.
Thank you. Against? Councillor Bill?
Thanks, Chair. I actually agree with Councillor Megan's points that we need to grow up as a city. However, I also agree with Councillor Rebecca's comments about timing. And there's a number of points here I want to mention. 1, budget. I don't accept that we should dismiss budget considerations. After all, we need to prioritise. 2, stakeholders. There is a level of consultation that has happened on a broader scale here, and that evidence speaks for itself, and we can't ignore the no's. But The consultation I'm interested in, another level, is genuine stakeholders, and that is the businesses and people who live within this geographical area that's designated. I want to hear what they think and the potential impacts or benefits that they see. I don't see that here in any level of this is a first cut. That's why we should, as per the officer's recommendation, proceed with caution. Thirdly, market sounding. Isn't that a normal thing to do? How can we ignore a level of stakeholder engagement, those directly impacted, and sensible market sounding, which is a normal part of any project gateway or initiative that council chooses to undertake? We just can't ignore those. I don't see the logic in actually excluding amount of an emotion, actually. State legislation, why not wait? It's not far away. Why not wait? They own it, and we've already heard about some of the complications around litigation in the public realm. Road rules, lack of awareness, as the officers have stated. This creates uncertainty for all road users, all users in that public realm, and potentially can create a situation where we've got accidents because of a lack of awareness. You get a matter of seconds to react if you think you have the right of way or not. I don't think that's a sensible position for this council to place anyone in a road reserve in a public realm. And finally, the fear of unregulated devices, is that a real reason to regulate? Because I could think of some topics that are unregulated and unlawful, but it's not a reason to regulate. It's not necessarily good for you. So I think we should be sensible and heed our officers' advice. Otherwise, we'll be having a discussion on the run at budget time about what goes in and what goes out. And this, to me, sounds like a discussion around policy on the run. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bill. Speaker 4. Would you like to sum up, Councillor Tim?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I'll be brief. Look, if I look at our glorious state of Queensland with a number of large cities, and I'm pretty sure every one of them has e-scooters in some capacity. I think Cairns just signed off. Townsville, Mackay, they've just signed off. Rocky's got them, Yeppoon, Bundaberg, even Bargara Beach has got them, Sunny Coast, Brisbane, Gold Coast, and here's us in Toowoomba trying to find reasons why we shouldn't. But I will address some of the things. Look, the insurance is the responsibility of the third-party operator, who that's part of their agreement. I appreciate the points raised about brain damage and injuries, and of course we need to talk about that. But look, the injuries in car trips are much worse than this and far more frequent. And I don't think we should say, oh, there was one or two, so let's just not do it. So I think we're well positioned as a growing adult city to take advantage of this. Have a trial, see how it goes. And I thank councillors for their support around this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tim. The recommendation is there, councillors. Wendy, could you put it up? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Tim McMahon, seconded by Councillor Megan O'Hara Sullivan. I'll ask for a vote. Thanks. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's lost. You foreshadowed a motion, Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we hear the motion first?
Thank you.
Councillor Bill, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It was the officer's original recommendation, so I think Wendy's just getting it there. But
thank you. And
Councillor
Melissa
has
has wanted to second that. Sorry, Councillor Melissa, I sort of just glanced over. I'm sorry, my apologies.
So
but we'll wait to hear the
Yes, sorry,
motion,
the
please. Thank you.
recommendation is that council not proceed to an e-device trial at this stage and review the matter in 2023-24 after the state government's new laws have had time to take effect.
Thank you. Moved Councillor Rebecca, seconded Councillor Melissa Taylor. Got the motion? Everyone's clear on what we're voting on? Thank you. Those in favour?
Can I just ask a question, Chair, please?
Yes, question, Councillor Hagar.
So when you say 23-24, you're talking financial year 23-24?
Mr Brady? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Sullivan. It allows us to at least put a budget item up for consideration in the operational plan for 23-24, and then council can obviously consider it as part of that as well from the budgetary perspective, as well as consider what comes out of these changes to the regulatory environment.
Thank you. No more questions, clarifications, councillors? So the motion's there. Moved Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, seconded Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you, councillors. It's been a bit of a session for ISG, and thank you very much for bearing with us. So can I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, I'm so sorry, councillors. We do need to have a division because of the declarations. Those in favour, again, thank you. And those against? So it's Councillor Kerry and Councillor Tim against, and everyone else. And Mr Mayor, you're for? Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just didn't look at you. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Are we right,
Madam
Wendy?
Chair, just
Councillor Carl?
a question. I saw Councillor Megan vote.
Yes, she did voted for it.
For the officer's recommendation.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
As is her right. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. So there was just the two. Thank you, councillors. We just have to have a division because of the declarations there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I have a mover, Councillor Jeff, Councillor Melissa, that we adjourn the infrastructure, that we complete the infrastructure committee meeting for, we don't want to go again, for September. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mike, Rodney, Avril, for your assistance there. Thank you. Thanks, and Brian, thank you, and Wendy, of course.
just waiting for Wendy. Wendy's got to do something. Okay. Can I have someone move that we come out of confidential? Councillor Bonhoff, Councillor McDonald, all those in favour? Hang around, Councillor. We've just got the vote. Oh, I've got to open the door. Good one. So, councillors, item number 6 was the Development Services, Planning and Environment Court Appeals and Compensation Claims for August 2022. Can I have someone move that we accept that report? Councillor Carl and Councillor Shine, all those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Anyone voting against that? No. Carried unanimously.
Madam Chair, just an indulgence for a moment. Why did we have to have a division in the last one? There was no one with a conflict. Who?
we've just got to wait for Wendy. Yeah. It's not Wendy as such, it's the technology that she's dealing with, so. You've got a new calling. Okay. I'd just like to move, can I get a mover to go out of closed session? Councillor Paul and Councillor James, those in favour? Thank you. We're now in open session and we have the tender motion before us. Do you wish me to read the whole thing out again, or are you happy to just vote on it as is, as presented? Thank you. So a mover, we have a Councillor Rebecca and a seconder, Councillor Jeff. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you very much, and that ends the Water and Waste Committee meeting for the week. Thank you.
We've got that in the contract, so, yeah.
That's a big tick on your,
Yes.
your record, miss.
Thank you, thank you. Did Jason talk to you about whether you want to issue the meeting